You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good Monday morning. It's Bassmaster Live. Yes, Championship Monday, fifth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite here in South Carolina on Lake Murray. Second year in a row we have been to this fantastic fishery here. One of the best in the Southeast United States, one of the best in the United States, let's just put it that way. We're down to 10 anglers, as always, on Championship Day. And they are going to go after it for 8 hours. One of those hours is already down. They took off about an hour ago from our takeoff at Dreher Island State Park here on Dreher Island, mid-lake. You can see a thin layer of clouds as we get up there. That's part of the story. It's going to be a little bit different weather than we've had the past 2 days, where it's been bright and sunny. And we have got a leaderboard that is, well, it's kind of makes you gulp when you look at it right there. Patrick Walters, native South Carolinian, definitely one of the top tier elite guys, has just been at work. And I don't think he's ever trailed at one single point, Mark Zona, during the course of this tournament.
Well, a couple things with Patrick Walters. Number one, we can start to give away the juice here on Championship Monday, Tommy Sanders. Patrick Walters has not burned a lot of gas. Taking a look at our takeoff right there, Dreher Island State Park. A lot of our anglers getting ready earlier this morning. But really, Patrick Walters has done most of his work within a couple miles of our takeoff. Looking at your Angler of the Year leader, Rookie of the Year leader, Leader of Men so far this season, Trey McKinney. And the one thing that we said yesterday a little bit on FS1 and Bassmaster.com was the X factor this morning was going to be the presence of cloud cover pretty much all day long, which the only time that we have seen that this tournament was on day number one, way back, it feels like a month ago.
Yep.
And the interesting thing that cloud cover has done this morning, it actually appears it has made Patrick Walters' primary spot better.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we've been talking about different scenarios, ways that things can get tighter. Maybe somebody catches a 7-pounder, most likely to be Patrick Walters.
That's exactly
that's
right.
The way every kind of little way we have of working out some drama for you,
Tommy,
is failing us at the moment.
We have called a few perfect tournaments throughout the years. Fair to say, Patrick Walters has absolutely beat the brakes off of them all week long.
Cannot sugarcoat it. Absolutely has been a dominant performance. Let's take a look at the weigh-in yesterday. Starting in 10th place today will be Ed Loughran. He's had one really good tournament already this year down at the Harris Chain in Florida. John Garrett actually won that tournament. He'll be starting in 9th place today. Alabama angler Will Davis, two-time Bass Nation champion.
Exactly right. Will Davis and other anglers like Cody Huff really concentrating on one or two key areas of schooling fish in the morning, but see an angler like Brock Mosley, a little bit of hodgepodge, little square bill early when he's had shade lines back when it was sunny. And there's other anglers like Jay Shakurit relying on a drop shot almost solely throughout the event.
Lee Livesey of Texas having yet another great tournament. Lee Livesey, another one of those top-level elite guys, multiple wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series during the course of his 6 years. And there he is, a young man leading everything. Kota Lithium Rookie of the Year, leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Trey McKinney. J.T. Tompkins, another rookie who's been about the closest pursuer we have to McKinney during the course of this year. And Patrick Walters, to no one's surprise, was certainly the odds-on money favorite coming into this.
And it was just that shaky day, too, where he only had 19 pounds and 13 ounces. And I heard,
blew it.
Taking a look at this top 10, pretty salty top 10, I was listening to the Facebook Live with the Such and Ronnie, and it is interesting about Patrick Walters. We talked about this early in the event. Boy, when we have seen great closers on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and when Patrick Walters smells one, pretty good chance he is going to hold that trophy at the end of the day. Well, looks like that is exactly what we are headed for here on Lake Murray.
Let's keep it real.
Let's keep it real.
Might as well, because it's coming. Why don't we just start our day by going out to our tournament leader for 4 days and pretty much all but about 2 minutes of this entire tournament, Patrick Walters.
They don't look massive. Hell, it'd be like 3-pounders. Oh, that's why. Well, they're still going a little bit this morning. We've got 5. Culled 2 or 3 times. We don't have a big one yet. That's the thing. We gotta catch us a great big one. If we catch us a great big one, we'll be good to go. That we'll be all set. Dang, that thing right here might be done.
Uh-oh.
Reel back in there.
Don't do that.
Look out now. That is the only trouble we have seen with Patrick Walters all week long. It's actually
Tragedy.
I hate to say it, it's good to see it right there.
School in action, they said.
Well, let's take a look at what
Okay.
he's been busy from the start of the day, just like every day this week.
Well, he's probably a little bit tired from this morning. You'll note one thing that Patrick Walters said is he doesn't have a good one in the live well yet. We're going to disagree with
That's
that
a lie.
completely. Concentrating with 3 baits throughout this tournament. New Rapala Jowler topwater bait, Zoom Super Fluke, and then there has been a few key Carolina rig fish on this exact spot with a Zoom mid-size brush hog. Got pictures of all those baits for everybody watching here on Bassmaster Live.
That's number 1.
Nice quality bass right there for Patrick Walters. And what's funny is this is not the spot that he started on days 1, 2, or 3. He has started on different areas in the morning, and this was actually second in his rotation. Breathing heavy to preserve that 15-pound lead. That's
It's going to take everything he's got.
everything he's got.
Yes.
That little bait right there, I don't know that we know what that little
That's number 2.
chew jaw is. Been a little sneaky with that one.
That so
one was
3 and a
put
half
in-
and a 3 in the first 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
God.
10 minutes, I'm sorry. I want to sell him short.
That's 4. One more.
Well, one of the things that we talked about actually on day 1 of this tournament back on Friday, a lot of the anglers said they felt that this tournament could be won by an angler in the first 2 hours with the herring spawn, really tail end of the herring spawn, and you're in the midst of the shad spawn. And that pretty much is exactly what has happened because later in the day, we have not seen Patrick do much damage past 10 o'clock any day of this tournament.
We've had very few anglers who've been able to sort of catch him on
Yes,
later on
yes,
into the day,
very
starting
few.
at 10 o'clock and doing better, but that just hasn't gotten it done.
We did get to see yesterday the guys that have been drop shotting a little bit deeper. We've seen some shallow fish caught on drop shot, but there's still a lot of fry garters out in 8 to 12 foot of water, and we got to see a lot of that yesterday afternoon.
hooked. We'll take it. That's a good call.
Again, Patrick Walters with 25.5 on day one, 19-13 on two. And when we signed ourselves off yesterday, we thought he had 17 pounds. He actually wound up with 21 pounds. And 22, let's call it.
Well, and that is the one thing on Lake Murray that we've got to see last year and this year. A lot of these shallow notch points, humps. And really with Trey McKinney, we got to see it yesterday, just how fast it can happen. You can have a miserable 7 hours and 20 minutes, and then just tragic to magic.
Come here, baby.
30 minutes.
We're getting there, baby.
And he's getting there.
Got 3 really good ones in there.
And we could tell yesterday, you know, Bass Truck may have said one thing, but we know he's always low, but we could tell by his strategy and where he was going and how he was fishing that he had reached that
20
19,
pounds.
12, 20 and a quarter mark and was just put it in somewhat neutral. Because he would say, I need to actually kind of have some urgency more because I've been slacking off midday.
Let's get over to Cody Huff. Cody fished his way. Didn't start in the top 10 yesterday. Fished his way back in yesterday. Cody with a bad day 2 of 13-13. Everything else has been above 20 pounds.
Jeez, giant one. Oh my God. Stay on there, girl. Here she comes again. Whoa. Whoa. Look at that thing. Don't do it. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. They bite like that.
Absolutely the
Those are
biggest one
comeback
we've
bass
seen.
right there, baby. God. Thank you, Lord. That was the nastiest blow up I have seen in a while. How about that one, guys?
Just like last year, we saw the biggest fish in the
Yeah.
tournament get weighed on day 3. We saw that yesterday with Luke Palmer
Right.
breaking 7 pounds.
You cannot replay that one enough. Now that right there, that's the biggest bass we've seen all week.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
spawned out. I mean, it's got the head of an 8-pounder. Big one right there for Cody Huff. Now, like yesterday, we got to see Kyle Patrick. I'm glad he's safe. Got to see him fall in. Things have gone well right there for Cody Huff, but rumor is it was not the case earlier this morning for Cody Huff from Missouri.
We'll see.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Broke my line on one right there. Oh no, dude. Look at this. I'm gonna have to throw him back. I got my line. He's on there still. Once your line goes out like that, can't keep him.
Oh no.
Solid fish, Tommy.
Yeah.
So
Going back.
The rule is if you break
That
your
would be a
line
good start.
in B.A.S.S competition, you have to get your line with your hands. You cannot catch it with another rod or another lure. And so because he had,
Not cool.
thought that it was long gone, caught it
There's
with
some
his
people
line
that would
later.
say, I didn't see the line.
Yeah. So because he caught his line with another bait and another rod, accidentally or not, he has to release this fish.
I'm gonna call Lisa real quick, but I'm pretty sure. I'm positive he can.
That's a good idea.
For him.
Doesn't cost
For
anything
him.
to call.
Good to see that, you know?
Yeah.
Just a
Good to see that.
fantastic.
Oh,
Okay. This is a little bit later.
No.
well, there went my bait and the fish.
All right.
Gosh, what a morning. Oh, he killed it.
Hey, now listen.
Break the end of my rod too.
Oh no.
What? Rod bent over.
Oh my gosh. You can't do anything but laugh about this. And it broke a pole on the way in. Are you kidding me?
Tommy, I'm going to tell you. Listen, I believe in the fish gods. You know I do. The fish gods gave him that 7-pounder back.
That's right.
I'm telling
that
you,
was the
man.
payoff.
Yes.
That was the payoff for that, Cody. That's him live. Look at him in the Lowrance bird's eye view right there.
Hey, now if it was a 1-pound deficit coming into the final day, not so much laughter, but
No,
being down
no.
in the top 10 a little bit, he can play it off as
Might
what
as well.
a morning, and then boom, like you said, Z, 7-pounder. At least that's the one that came in the boat, you know, the correct way.
Wow. Back to back to back craziness there for Cody Huff.
Oh, I think some of our viewers can totally relate to that, and everybody else in the studio.
Yet with all that, he's got the second biggest limit of the day so far.
Well, he is.
No, excuse me,
Can't
3
believe how long
fish.
it's been since they've blown
Second
up.
biggest total.
He is
He
shining
has
a bunch of them.
He has
right
hooked
there.
a limit. You're right, Tommy.
Yeah, he's hooked a limit.
Pretty insane when we first got here.
And from above, looking right around the corner from Cody Huff, see Patrick Walters, both anglers not burning much gas.
You mentioned his tough day, Cody Huff. On day 2 was the day we saw him on camera, but he salvaged that by catching a 4 or 5-pounder in the last 15 minutes.
And really, that was the only day that's haunted. It was day 2 was painful. Besides that, over 20 pounds.
And for the field overall, day 2 was by far the
Yes.
toughest day. Yesterday was another uptick.
Again, we've only got 10 out there today. No weekend boat traffic either. There'll be some fishing going on out there.
Almost
but-
want to weigh him, see what we're at.
We'd love that.
See what these look like. Oh man.
Hey, at least the nice thing this morning for all of our viewers on Bassmaster Live that could be at work already is at least Patrick Walters probably won't back off of this point today.
He's been clocking out fairly early
He has.
every day, and why
He has
not?
punched out very early, especially yesterday.
There you go, Sago. That might be a game, baby. Let's go, dog. Oh my God, I need to calm down on the aggressiveness. Here we go. You know what time it is? Oh God, he had it ready.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Oh boy.
What do you call that, the state trooper mustache?
It is.
Yeah.
He is a state trooper
Dang, that feels good.
with his full-blown license and registration.
And it's nowhere near his Smalley stash that he had last year at the St.
It'll
Lawrence
get
when
there.
he won.
It'll get there. Good one right there for Patrick Walters. Like we said, he's been rotating 3 baits: Rapala Jowler, Zoom Super Fluke, mid-size brush hog, but he's got one other small little nasty that's
boy.
good.
Yeah.
There we go.
Working
He's
on
got
it.
one other fluke style bait that he has worked into that rotation. Good call for young Patrick Walters. Actually, you want something scary with Patrick Walters? He's a young guy. When he gets more experience, he is already deadly.
We already got for the day. We've had a good morning. It's continuing on. That's a sack of meat.
Arguably
yeah, these are the right
one
ones.
of the top 5 anglers in the world. Currently, no doubt about it.
Has been for a while, I
I
think.
got you trained now, huh? Got you figured out. We're gonna take those cold tags right off of them. As soon as we
Great
get
aerial of that shallow point that runs way, way off the bank.
Well, there was only a few ways this thing could get really close today, and one of them would involve Patrick Walters having a complete collapse. That's off the table.
That's
now.
off the table.
That
Fred.
is gone. Now, someone else can have their career day of their lifetime and still not get within 5 pounds of him. But hey,
I'd like
worth
to see them
watching
try.
anyway.
I'd like to see them try, Tommy.
Okay, me too.
Let's have someone come challenge.
Let's do it. Absolutely. Patrick Walters, 79 pounds, 87 caught here last year by Drew Benton. He's going to be closing in on that, it looks like. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha.
Tommy, is it okay? Could we actually take a look right now at our TH Marine
Yes.
weather watch for today?
Let's do it.
I think we've got clouds majority of the day. Not a bad wind at all. Pleasant day out there temperature-wise. Been great weather except for the first day of this tournament. But Tommy, is it fair to say we re-rack this and just call it like it is? Let's kind of amplify the battle for second place.
Sure.
Right now.
That's a great thing to watch.
Absolutely what this is going to be.
Beating last year's great winning weights, another thing we can watch. That's another thing. I don't know, Ronnie, is it all-time winning?
Hey, it could get in another.
Could it get that
It's going to be a
ugly?
probably double-digit pound victory, but
Yeah.
it could get into other territories for sure. Top 5,
Like
top 6.
ugly
biggest,
turf
yes, for
victory.
sure. Ugly for some,
Hey, let's
beautiful for others.
Talk about Brock Mosley, one of the anglers,
For
getting
one.
it done yet again with a square bill crankbait. Very, very shallow. Bill Lewis, ATV square bill, said color was key. Shade lines, when we had a lot of sun, the other big factor down near the dam for Brock Mosley. Not catching many doing this, but they've all been very solid throughout the tournament.
Uh-oh, it's got me. It's got me hung on something. Got it. Big one. Big one. Golly, fish is blind in one eye. Don't even have an eye. Thing had me hung up in a rock. I mean, that fish there ought to weigh 4.5, 5 pounds, and it don't. It's poor.
Well, if he could put
We can catch a blind one.
5 of those crank bites together, he would have a
Fish
big
is
bag. He's only
postponed,
weighed in
yeah.
2 or 3 a day doing that.
So we talked about how it's going to be one of the biggest fish we've seen on live, but it could be one of the biggest fish of the week. Maybe the big bass of the tournament. Cody Huff weighed it. It was a 7-pound, 3-ouncer.
Wow.
So 1 ounce off of what?
A spawned out 7.3.
Yes.
That was,
I'm going to say that even though it's been a beatdown this morning from Patrick Walters, that is a candidate for the Power Pole replay of the day.
Yeah. It'll be one reason why he may try to fight for second today, Tommy.
Patrick Walters up in the stratosphere, and there's that battle for second place there. Pretty tight between Cody Huff and Jay Shakura. At the present time, JT Tompkins, Brock Mosley just added himself into the fray there. So got a lot of things to watch here. I predict someone's gonna knock out 25 pounds today.
Okay,
And we haven't seen that since day one.
Conditions are there.
Let's go earlier today with Jay Shakura.
Boy, and Jay Shakura has done a lot with a little throughout this tournament. He's only had one schooling spot throughout the tournament. This one right here. What's going on with the? Hey,
That's
what?
like a chopsticks.
Well, when you have 47 rods on the deck, that is the payoff, Tommy. Not a lot of big ones this morning, but a lot of Jay Shakura's fish that he has weighed in have come later in the day on a drop shot, striking filler, warm color, morning dawn.
Big daddies yet. There we go. That's a good chunk. Just land on. Oh yeah.
Cavalcade right there.
So, Jay, can you talk to us about our fight this morning?
Yeah, so pulled up on a point, some schooling activity going on. They've probably come up about a dozen times so far. I put a limit in the boat. Unfortunately, a lot of the ones that I got to bite just weren't quite, the ones I'm looking for, the 4-pounders. I got 2 okay ones and then, 3 smaller ones. Still everything over 2 pounds, but I just had a school, like 4 or 5 of them, follow it to the boat, and one of them was a great big one. So, I know they're down there. I wish I had more places I knew of to run. I haven't really been doing the herring deal. So this is kind of like my first go around with everything, and I've got maybe like 3 or 4 places, and probably 1 or 2 of them have boats on it. So other than that, it's been a fun little morning so far, catching them decently consistently. I've lost a couple, probably caught 6 or 7. So it's been a fun morning.
Jay Shakura always seems to like being the guy who's the numbers guy. Did it at the Classic, just kind of keeps catching them when others maybe have a little periods of inactivity and so forth. Let's take you over to first look today at Will Davis.
Will Davis not fishing an area early in the morning with numbers, but definitely quality's been there. At least we got to see that yesterday, the Alabama angler.
Crazy, ain't it?
Got to feel better about his Classic chances too. He started 47th in AOY points. He's inside 30 right now with a top 10 finish.
Well, they're not schooling near as good as what they've been being. It's been kind of slow this morning. Just caught a high twos. Just trying to wait a little bit longer and just see if I can get one to blow up and catch it. And you know, if not, then we'll go find us some new areas. Got some fry garters. The fry garters has really saved me this week and a few betters. So that's what we're going to try to go do here pretty soon. Just trying to wait it out a little bit.
That one went in as 2:11 for Will Davis. Will starting the day in 9th place, but 10th place to start the day is Virginia's Ed Loughran.
For an attorney, he is a man of few words.
That is a good point. That was earlier today. Back to live now with Ed Loughran. Had one good tournament this year, down at the Harris Chain, top 10.
Gotcha. What's that? Yeah, so I tried to fish a couple of spots for herring fish this morning. Saw a couple blow up. Caught one real small one, but it just wasn't happening like it hasn't been happening for me. So decided to start drop shotting. Got to my first spot and ended up catching a 2-pounder. So at least it's a start. And I'm just gonna fish around here for a few minutes. I'm not really going to stay here very long. I'll come back here later in the day, but I just wanted to see if I could catch anything here real quick this morning, and then I'm going to run down by the dam, and we'll sort of see how the day goes from there.
Little look into Ed's plan for the day, see what he's got mapped out for Championship Monday. Let's get over to a champion already this season. Same place where Ed did well. Harris Chain of Lakes down in Florida. Rookie John Garrett.
John Garrett concentrating on a pretty much same deal. Schooling fish early in the morning.
About jerked the rod out of my hand. .5 in the mouth.
Actually got to listen to Mike Iaconelli on stage yesterday. A lot of his fish that he almost made the cut with coming cranking very shallow.
Quit it.
bag waterproof?
Yep.
Sweet. That might be a good one. I can't tell. Feels like a big one. If it ain't a striper. Nope. Yes, sir. That's a good one. Not a bad one.
Boy, with a lot of these little high spots, notch points open today, I think you're right, Tommy. I think we're going to see some, with the conditions, less traffic, less pressure, see some pretty big stringers today.
John Garrett fished the Classic back in 2016 as the winner of the Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket competition in that year. The previous year.
Trying to go back to another classic in Texas. He fished the Conroe one, now trying to make it to Ray Roberts, and he's off to a good start with a win this year already and being good in the points race right now. But he's had a little bit of an up and down. You see that from a rookie sometimes. He's had a couple highs, and he's had some 65 to 70s as well.
Let's make these suckers burn some gas this morning. If you're gonna follow, which I greatly appreciate it, guys. Everybody's been so courteous this week.
Well, that is the first time that we have seen Patrick Walters go further than 4 miles from our takeoff.
I was kidding. He's not that big, but that was crazy. How about that? I was about to leave. I wasn't even gonna fish. God, it's a good one too. Oh God. That will go.
I can read the reflection.
Can you? That terrifies me. I'm just kidding.
Well, cameraman Brian Eby and Patrick Walters have had themselves a week together.
They have been cut up
all
week long.
A lot of nervous energy in that boat.
That's for sure. That went in about 4.5 pounds. Patrick Walters already up to 85 pounds and 3 ounces.
Which that has exceeded pretty much every estimation that was thought to win this tournament.
To think that a full spawn, shad spawn, early herring spawn deal last year got to 87 pounds, and we could break that on a post-spawn tournament. Dominant
is just impressive. That's the only way you can describe it. Patrick Walters on top, Cody Huff, and all the rest giving chase. We'll be back. Lake Murray. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite from Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina. What a week it has been.
I'm talking about a full-blown Bassmaster Elite Series beat down.
Oh, absolutely. A whooping on the rest of the field. Sponsored by Garmin is our live coverage today. Patrick Walters, the man administering the whooping, and it continues on into today.
It's fair to say, I've always said this with Mike McInnes, done taking him behind the woodshed, but he's not going to win this one right here. He's not going to win it.
Oh, what?
It's a fine-looking house on that point, by the way. How about the power pole replay of the day? We're going to give it to our friend from Missouri. How about Cody Huff? Biggest one we have seen on camera all week long. Head of about a 9-pounder. Looked like a great white shark right there. Cody Huff with a lot of issues earlier this morning. The fish gods paying him back with a estimated possible 7-pounder. That was a fantastic jump. Good one right there for Cody Huff. He ain't gonna give that power pole replay of the day to young Patrick Walters. You are, Cody Huff. The power. Look at that thing. Get over here. Good one right there. Championship Monday from Lake Murray. First power pole replay of the day. Cody Huff.
Oh, we have seen some good bass fishing out here this week at Lake Murray. Big one showed up yesterday for Luke Palmer, now a 7-pounder for Cody Huff. It's good stuff from one of the best lakes in the country, no doubt about that.
That was a great fish catch.
We're going to lean on Cody Huff for one more thing. Give us one more thing right now, and that's going to be the Bass Pro Shop's top lures. Take it away, Cody.
What's going on, guys? I'm Cody Huff. We're just wrapping up day 3 here at Lake Murray, and we made the cut. We're inside the top 10s. We get to go fishing on championship day, so having a chance is what a guy's looking for. Caught my 2 biggest ones on a little Rapala, OG Tiny Deep. It's a long billed flat side, and when the fish weren't schooling is the hardest time for me to catch one. So I was burning this bait through them whenever they were laying on the bottom. The other 2 baits, I've been throwing this Credge, just throwing it out there and reeling it in. Looks like a herring kind of skipping across the top of the water. And then, also I'm throwing a big topwater bait. This one here, it's not out yet, so can't say too much about it, but it does catch big bass.
Well, Tommy, Bass Pro Shop's top lures. We actually got a picture of that topwater bait, I believe.
Oh, have you?
Ron will show us the screen. Oh, knowledge.
You'll have to help me with the name of it because it's got
Let's go.
draw.
Shrouded in mystery till today.
All right.
We know all today, right?
Let's tighten up here.
Hey.
We're going to head back down to Patrick Walters, who has made the move to the dam, where it is known a lot of the most biggest bass.
Oh,
It's some good grammar right there. That is Glen Oaks Community College coming out of me here.
Let's go.
Patrick Walters said he is going to go for the jugular to his cameraman, Brian Evie, and really put this thing away today.
That's the hard part.
Looking at the map, he's at Hollywood Point.
Appropriate.
Yep, that's the biggest thing. Well, if they're schooling on like a balla bait, not really, because then they're just going to stay right there and just, here we go, bite it. Good, yes, I don't know. Not as big as I thought. He's decent. Oh my gosh. Whew. Let's see if he calls. He's fat. Golly, he's fat. Eagles. Oh my gosh. Let's go, dude.
Now there's a rumor. Careful now. Hey, look at, hey.
What? Thanks, buddy.
Get on out of here.
Yeah, buddy.
Where's Sago at?
That nice gallery right here. Is that Patrick's dad, Justin Hamner? Make sure that cameraman takes a load off, boy.
Tanner.
Are they watching live?
Yeah, back to work.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Patrick's dad is a fine cook. I've been to
Is he really?
I've been to the Walters household out there.
Nice.
In Santee
Old
Cooper.
Todd.
Old Todd Walters.
One of the best support systems you could ever
Absolutely.
ask for. I like
great people.
It's
great people.
When I see how the Walters family supports Patrick. It reminds me of my household, and I much appreciated that. I know it means a lot to Patrick to have the family like that.
Well, your family doesn't hang out near the production trailer and root you on.
Well, you know.
I'll be honest with you. I like Todd more than I like Patrick. Todd's straight with me. Patrick is not.
Not of mine.
Trey
Boy,
McKinney.
here we go again. Same spot as yesterday. Trey McKinney live.
I think it's a pretty big one. We might have to sit here all day. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. One hook. Oh, I think I got him with another hook.
Yes.
Okay.
Been fishing a riser style bait the last couple days. Got to see that last year.
Okay. Number one, baby. That's a good one, too. Come on. Wow.
What's interesting, that little spot right there doesn't fire right off the rip. This is about the time. Yeah, it's about the time. It's very interesting that those fish, they don't get cranking, right off the bat. Generally, this time of day is when it goes. He'll throw that riser style bait. And then we have seen a lot of damage with the soft plastic jerk bait. Smallmouth color, fishing in a full-blown chartreuse.
Took him less than half an hour to put a really good limit in the boat here with the school yesterday.
I'll take it. No idea when he hit it, but I'm gonna take
Number two.
It can happen fast here at Lake Murray, just as fast as Walter's got a limit. Everyone else can fill theirs in 5 casts as well.
Might be what's about to go down right there, starting to go down there. For Trey McKinney, now he's on the board for today. Patrick Walters still way up there. 85 pounds and 11 ounces. Cody Huff with a 7-pounder already today. Jay Shakurit catching him steady as usual.
He's currently 17 and a half ahead, which would be top 5 largest all time as well.
Davey Hyde will be visiting with the South Carolina man himself when we come back. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year for these 9 events on Bassmaster Elite Series here at Lake Murray in South Carolina, and South Carolina's own Patrick Walters, the man who is not just leading the way. I mean, he has just taken off and pretty much left everyone in the dust at this point right now. He is up in the stratosphere. Oh, yeah. And as you would imagine, it is a fun week being getting some home cooking here in South Carolina and getting to Have your way with this one.
And I hate to do it. I hate to throw our partner in crime, Ron Moore, under the bus. He took a little advice, got talked down from the ledge in his fantasy fishing group, and took this man right here off of his fantasy fishing team.
Oh my God, I need to calm down on that.
Sometimes even the king is shaky. Patrick Walters getting it done in a very, very big way throughout this entire tournament.
Oh boy,
looking good. He is feeling it.
Tommy Sanders always says, "Don't make it harder than it needs to be." And I did that.
Don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it. That's right.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Thanks.
Don't pay off a bet you haven't lost.
Oh no. Clean your bass up. That's a dirty
bass on your
bass.
mustache.
Smelling that all day.
Saved his best stuff for today, obviously. Patrick Walters, that's good stuff. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and of course Mike Such-Sukon back in the saddle again, and
beignetted up,
saddled with the responsibility of making Bass Live all it can be. So we're so happy to have Such back.
Absolutely.
What are you looking at this morning, Mark Zona? We're going to see everything, as you said. One of the attractions today, we tell all. If there's any secrets, they're going to be rolled out today.
We do, and it's going to be another tournament where somebody piles it on and got to see. You know, I thought about this coming in the studio today, and really looking at. I always think about this when you think about a perfect tournament for somebody. And you look at Corey Johnston, the last time tournament we had on the St. Johns River, for the most part, it was a perfect tournament. And you've seen those, every 2 or 3 years you see just a dominant. But what's weird about this tournament right here is it's not like Patrick is doing something different. He's doing basically the same exact style and chasing the same bite that 95% of this field was after. And he did it within sight of our takeoff where other anglers were trying to make that happen. And it's basically been the rotation of spots, knowing when I'm on a spot right now that only has 2-pounders. I got to leave right now. His timing has been perfect, but it's really watching the rotation of baits that he has thrown throughout this tournament, and he's basically just kicked the teeth in of so many anglers that were within 1 point, 2 point, 3 points away from him throughout. He has beat them down all week long, and again, this was a perfect tournament for Patrick Walters.
Absolutely. He's painting a masterpiece out there for us. We get to witness it today. Ronnie, you've been witnessing him at work since college days. Just talk about the arc of his career a little bit.
Yeah, the progression of Patrick Walters, I think that he really started to gain steam. He fished later in life. Like, he was just a teenager when he started fishing tournaments. I think with Bradford Beavers was the first tournament partner he had. He gets to the College Series of South Carolina, starts to have some consistent success, and then hits those high points, winning a college regional at Winyah Bay with B.A.S.S, winning a national championship at Lake Murray, being so close. I think our next stop, Wheeler, he got second, if I remember. I don't think he won that. I think he got second at the championship there. And so Patrick Walters has just grown and grown. He's turned into a machine. He stays on the water. And boy, does he, make the most of his time. He's been very impressive. And when he has a shot on goal, we always used to say this about one Kevin Van Dam. You'd know if he was going to have a chance to win the tournament, if he was in the top 5 after day 1. Same thing goes for Patrick Walters. If he's in the top 5, he's not only has a chance to win, he has a chance to blow it out like he has in all of his victories.
What a rare front runner supreme right there is Patrick Walters. And Such, after yesterday we started the second half of this season. You're watching the points races and all of that. And what are the notable things we need to think about as we are approaching really having to get the work done at the second half of the season?
Well, Trey McKinney has grown his lead. It was 5, and Jordan Lee having a kind of rough day yesterday. He's grown it to 33 points. He's earned, out of the possible 520 points, 104 for first, 24 points. He's got 481. He hadn't missed very many. He's got another top 10 here today. We got 4 rookies in our top 10. 8.
Such, number 1, get comfortable. Number 1. Number 2, if you don't mind me saying, something that we actually said yesterday on FS1, even though Trey McKinney he's totally dominating the Angler of the Year, you look at who's behind him, you don't put him as the favorite right now with where we're going.
Yeah, the 2 Alabama events, those are wild cards for the Johnsons. Were both looking those would be tougher events.
Yeah.
But they want to get them to the St. Lawrence, get them to Champlain.
He's getting warm.
Got yet another member of our team standing by out there on Lake Murray, a man who knows Lake Murray like few other people. The classic champ, the two-time Angler of the Year, Davey Height. And Davey, I heard you and Dave talking about this yesterday. You were talking about how it's a kind of a unique situation this time around, this year, and in past 5 years or so, where the anglers are reaching the peak of their physical abilities at that age, fairly young, late 20s, early 30s, coinciding with an incredible amount of knowledge that they wouldn't have had at that age years ago. Those X and Y coordinates are just slamming into each other earlier and earlier. And Patrick Walter's a great example of that, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly a great example of that. And I truly think, we talked about that, and glad that you were listening in, Tommy. The age of the angler gets lower and lower, the ones that have success, and it is directly because of all the information, all the access they have to great information. Bassmaster Live, certainly a big part of that, and other social media platforms, where these anglers are in their prime mentally, physically, and then have all this knowledge. We're going to continue to see our sport get younger and younger.
Yeah. Davey, one of the things we talked about, there's been a lot of chatter about the rookies throughout this entire season. One of the things that was said really coming into the season and throughout the season so far is they're only good with their electronics. That's all they're good with. You take their electronics away, they're not going to cash a check. Boy, they're starting to prove that theory. It's a little bit off right now. It's a little off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of the EQ qualifiers are certainly well-rounded anglers, and we're seeing that. We're going to see it again this coming year. You can see, watching so far on those elite qualifier tournaments, how names that we've been knowing of for a long time are the ones that kind of rise to the top, just like the class that we have this year. Even though a lot of them are very young anglers, they've been having a lot of success for a long time relative to their age.
Davey, the actual how these fish have acted, and this is something that I've got lots of questions about, is basically when these largemouth on this lake spawn, okay, they go through their reproductive cycle. Before they do it, and then after they do it, they go out and just chase those herring. And I know that we're on the tail end of the herring spawn right now. Do the largemouth, because look, there's a lot of bluegill spawning on Murray right now. Do they go back when they run out of herring after the herring spawn? Is what I'm asking is, will they then refocus on another forage?
Yeah, you'll have some of these largemouth that'll focus on the bluegill spawn later in the summer. Right now, with all those blueback herring, I just think, and it's hard to really comprehend this if you've bass fished for a long time like you and I have, Z. A bluegill is like number one, you think, on a bass's menu, but blueback herring are higher up than that. They really are. So when the blueback herring are easy to access up in shallower water, I mean the bluegill bed thing just doesn't happen. Brandon Cobb, chased that in practice, and he said it's just not happening. There's just not many fish up there. Now, when those bluegill spawn again later in the summer, you will see a lot more largemouth bass around the bluegill beds then. But I want to hit a little bit on what you were saying about Patrick Walters having so much success. He has not fished any secret places. I don't think there really is a secret blueback herring place on this lake. But he has done a great job of just catching those fish. He's fishing places that don't have 2-pounders on them. They have the bigger fish, 3 to 5 pounds for the most part. But he has done a good job just staying close in a good rotation. Some places produce fish and you can catch those fish later in the day. Some places are only good early in the morning, and he knows that, and he's been able to rotate to those places. But he really has just outfished the people on these places. He's only fished, a handful of places each day and probably hasn't gotten 5 miles away from takeoff.
Davey, there's only been one letdown in this tournament. There was a lot of manpower put in yet again. On day number one, we talked about it. A lot of stories written, a lot of photos taken on Bassmaster.com about the co-emergence yet again of the cicada. Has anybody, not only in this tournament, has anybody ever cashed a check on the cicada co-emergence? Did it happen at all this week?
Not on a blueback herring lake, not on a Lake Murray, not on a Lake Wateree, Clark Hill, Hartwell, not on any of those lakes that have blueback herring.
You would have thought coming into this tournament it was going to be a big factor.
Once again, the media hype has let us down.
It's let us down.
And we're part of it. That's another problem, too, we'll have to address.
Davey
Hite, great job, as always, and we look forward to having you and Dave taking over for on-location coverage a little bit later down.
They have been chasing that solar storm
gosh, I know that is
long.
Consumed with it seems like. Let's get back out to Patrick Walters, who was consuming Lake Murray this week.
Of course, that one ate it. I'm kind of getting bored here, though. Never mind. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh my gosh.
He said he needed a big one. This is the potential. It's right here for young Patrick Walters.
Hold on tight.
Wow.
Let's go! Yeah! Oh my gosh! Dog! You're kidding me. Dang. Let's go, dude. Oh my God. I can't even freaking open my hand.
Two?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. You could probably put 3 pounds. When I say nail, son, we're hitting it with a jackhammer. That's how you end it. Bam! Dang it, dog. That fish came up and jumped. I was like, oh my God. It's supposed to be number 2, I think.
It's incredible.
Number 2. God dang, boy. Good. Good. You're fine. It's not even yum. I don't even know how it did this. Weird. Oh, dude. That feels so... Oh, my gosh. Dude. I don't even know what's real right now. The biggest fish we caught all week. Swear to you, in practice, everything. Like, you could probably put 4 pounds on that one. Dude. You're kidding me. I thought you were gone, Zago. I didn't even know you were here. I was looking over there.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna ask for it from the production truck and Ricky when Cal Patrick fell in the water yesterday. Lee Livesey screaming yes. I'm going to need a lot of that.
Yes.
I'm going to need
We might as well
a lot
just
of
crank
that. It
it
was
up.
just like the dude with the mullet in Old School when Frankie Tank darts himself. Yes! That's unbelievable.
Oh, Lord.
Well, finally, Patrick Walters got on some pre-spawners, which is what we were waiting for down near the dam.
I appreciate him taking,
I'm pretty sure Walters is going to hit 90.
Yeah, that had to put him way over the last year's
4
total,
days,
right?
90,
Yeah, way past 87 right
hit
now.
90 today.
Man, it's like watching Bill Gates find a $100 bill on the street.
Oh,
turns around a
shucks.
5-pounder right behind him. We got more to come too. That's the thing.
Watch out, watch out. Look at him. Oh my gosh. That's a big one. You know, every day that's not a top 10 cut's important. I always had like a kryptonite feeling about herring fishers. So that was the thing this week, to get my confidence built up in this, knowing that, okay, I know what kind of to look for now. I can go look for it. It's one of the things where I built confidence in this section. So that's a really important thing to me. So that's another thing going on in the future. Not as much being scared anymore, just realizing I have to find them, learn how to catch them, new ways, new baits, everything like that. So every day that is not a top 10 cut is deadly important. You know, like third day cut, that's 50 places. You know, like that easily could go right or wrong. Like the herring fishery, like I've seen on some people, had a really good day one, had like 4 pounds the next day, or shallower and drop, you know, drop pretty hard. So any day that's not a top 10 cut, I have to be fishing my best and try to survive at least. You know, try to catch that minimum weight you can, not to lose points. Watch out, watch out. Look at him. Oh my gosh. That's a big one. What do you think about that, boy? What do you think about that? That's a giant. That's a giant, son. Oh! Wow!
Trey McKinney, your BMC on point designee for right now. Final Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at the current Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings. And there he is, Trey McKinney, having, opened up a bigger lead during the course of this tournament over Jordan Lee, who was very close to him when we started. But Trey, once again, figuring it out, getting it done. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston occupying the 3rd and 4th spots, as they tend to do during most years out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Cody Huff out there working in the top 10 today. Classic champ Justin Hamner. Jacob Fouts, great tournament last time. JT Tompkins out there doing it today.
A lot of momentum on that entire top 10 in your Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Very impressive.
Last year with the AOI lead, Brandon Cobb was 4 points ahead of Trey McKinney's pace. Of course, he fell off and Welcher won, but Welcher only had 413 at this point. So he had a great finish.
Oh, that is naughty.
Oh, look at the big ones with him.
That chartreuse soft plastic jerkbait has been a smallmouth killer a long time, but getting it done on a herring lake is something we've not seen here, at least on camera.
Power washing the jet ski back there.
There was one big one with him at least. Green. Let's see. Where's the green at? Bad thing is I can't hear when they're coming up. Where's the green? There's the green.
And like we said, if you weren't able to tune in to FS1 yesterday, this was the time of day where this school right here off the face of that point, that boat is sitting on right there. This is the time of day it ignited yesterday, and Trey McKinney absolutely climbed on him and left in about 40 minutes after his flurry.
That was fish 4.
Uh-oh. That's a big one. Never mind. Twins. Yellow. Oh my gosh.
You feel like that power washer is igniting a feeding frenzy right now, kind of like Sheriff Brody when he was hammering the cable in Jaws 2 to bring him in.
It does a little sound like a soundtrack to a slasher movie.
Absolutely
in the background.
does.
Oh my goodness. I need you, baby. Come on. Don't go on that dock. I like that power washer. Come on. Come on, don't come off. 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 Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. We're getting there. There we go, son. Trust the process.
Want to know what's also scary, guys? Last year's Bassmaster Open at Wheeler, Trey McKinney led one of the days going into the final day. And so our next stop, we might think, it's from, he was the leader going into the final day.
Well, good for Trey McKinney here on Championship Monday, okay? Good one right there on a soft plastic jerkbait. That's been his 1-2 punch. Rookie from Carbondale, Illinois. But that one right there on that riser style bait. Good one for Trey McKinney. And really, we didn't see him throw that bait on day one. Rooms with JT Tompkins, obviously. Legal to share information, getting a little love, and caught a lot of bass the last 3 days on that riser style bait on that exact wolf pack of bass.
You pointed this out yesterday, the background of that and Patrick's last catch there. Obviously, you just drive around the lake till you find a place that looks like Beverly Hills, and you set up and start fishing.
Which would be the whole lake.
Yeah, I guess so. Ed Lochran hooked up.
Guy thinks he's 6 pounds, but he's not. He's not 6, but he's probably close to 4.
Ed's going to add that to 2 smaller ones already in the live well.
Boy, it is hard to go from schooling fish to drop shot fish. Sorry, that was in my head.
Well, you said the quiet part out loud there.
Listen, though, you look at him and his roommate, Brian Schmidt. We got to see Jay Shakura. That has been
Felix.
Austin Felix. That has been, besides the herring deal, that has been the second primary pattern on this lake.
There we go.
Get him going.
Ooh, all right.
That'll do. Come here, girl. Man, these are the pullingest fish I have ever caught. A little bigger than I thought she was. We're going in the right direction, folks. Thank you, guys. They ain't small. They ain't small.
Well, we talked about the battle for second place, and Cody Huff making a big move. Has a 7-pounder in his live well.
He's over 20 pounds.
Today, he's keeping pace with Patrick Walters.
Absolutely.
The problem was the deficit to start.
Day 2.
Yep.
Tough day for Cody Huff. Boy, he is. That is
Yeah.
so great.
Boy, he's on a run. Great finish at the Classic, 3rd place. His worst in the 5 elites was 35th at Lake Fork.
You've seen this.
Big.
Wow.
Stay on there, baby.
Just sharked it.
Come on. Come on, girl. Don't do that. Got her on barely on the face. Come here. Come here. Easy, girl. Come on. Yes. Mm-hmm. Like I said earlier, they ain't small.
Seems like that riser bait is kind of playing across the board today.
Cody Huff is blasting them today.
Absolutely. Tommy, you said we were going to see a 25-pound string. We may see two today. Potential is definitely there now. And that riser bait's very, very subtle.
How so?
Just that the bill of it points upwards instead of a, you know, like a regular jerk bait. Crankbait points down, and it will swim to the surface, and you could almost slow roll it on the surface where it's not very intrusive.
Gosh, he's got
just
it down
has a
in
very
his throat. I can
side-to-side
feel
motion
teeth.
to it. It's not a heavy bait, which is good because it actually you don't have to burn it. Got to see Kenta Kimura with that last year.
Yeah, baby. That'll work. That's gonna be a pretty good call.
Another good one right there.
Leading candidate for the race for second place.
We talked about how fast it could happen. Got to see it with Patrick Walters and
so many.
Trey McKinney, and
God, he's
again with Cody Huff.
Wow.
Boy, these are good ones.
Could see the biggest bass of the week and the biggest bag of the week, no doubt, come in today.
Gosh, that's pretty. Look at that. Big old black spots on her. Gotcha. You know what's crazy? That thing might not help.
Wow. Hearing that one might not help. Hey, this is not over.
Well, certainly made it closer. Cut the deficit
I
in
meant
half.
the flurry that we're going to Cody Huff.
Well, that's 4-pounder gave him 23.7 on Bass Track.
That's great. Boy, this lake does get a lot of pressure.
You guys are enjoying that on Bass Live this
stands
morning.
up
How
to
about
it.
that big dolphin bite? I love Lake Murray so much. This place is awesome.
Oh, they are having a time in that boat.
Oh, yeah. Fun day.
Somebody we haven't heard from in quite a while, at least for the last 11 minutes. Going to get back down near the Murray Dam. Your leader, Patrick Walters.
Oh, and
Oh, yeah.
There's a cicada in the shot there.
Ooh. That is so cool.
Golly.
And that was one lone rogue out there. It didn't look like there was a wolf pack.
Get here, man.
What is life? What even is life right now? Oh my God, it's a big one, dude.
Well, he has saved the best for last. We've heard from a lot of anglers. The biggest ones live down near the dam on Murray for several years now, and this is the very first time of this tournament that Patrick Walters, that cicada has a mustache.
Oh wow.
If you look real close.
Must be the elder hatch.
Exactly.
Hey, with a win today, it would put Patrick Walters almost in the top 50 of all-time BASS earnings in 83 events.
That's impressive.
Almost top 50.
Well, he surpassed the mark from last year, which no one thought would happen as far as total weight for 4 days of fishing this week on Lake Murray. And he just added a little more to it right there. So Cody Huff making it fun to watch as well. They are catching them today. How long can this go on? We're all in. Coming back to Lake Murray for the continuation of Championship Monday. The Goodyear blimp?
Yeah, Darlington, baby.
Wow.
Lady in black.
Big race.
Lady in black.
Big race today over at Darlington. Throwback weekend at Darlington.
Maybe some throw down
It
at
could
Darlington to some fisticuffs.
Yeah, got a little chippy, finish line yesterday.
Don't touch me, Joe.
Wait. Yeah.
Yes.
Patrick Walters. We can't promise you a horse race. We don't have a neck-and-neck horse race going on here, but we got a couple of horses who are finding another gear. It seems to be on Championship Monday here. Cody Huff has got 23 plus pounds. Already, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Patrick Walters, our comprehensive leader all week long, he's up to 21 pounds already today. Both of them just blasting them this morning. Cloud covers hanging on there. Take a look at Cody
How about
Huff.
it? Mercury moved the day. You want to give that to Patrick Walters, but Cody Huff, slow day 2, but surrounded that, bookended it with over 20-pound stringers, and looks like he has done that yet again. Today's total weight, 23 pounds and 7 ounces. Mercury moved the day from 7th place all the way. We said this would be a battle for 2nd place. Well, you have done that, Cody Huff from Missouri. Mercury moved the day, anchored by a 7-3 spawned out largemouth out of Lake Murray, unofficially with 23 pounds and 7 ounces. Mercury moved the day, Cody Huff.
He's in 5th in Progressive Angler of the Year as well, and
That's right.
Gaining 5 additional points possibly today would pull him closer to Corey and Chris Johnston, who are 3rd and 4th.
Let's get it back out to Ed Loughran. Got himself a 3 plus a little bit ago. There's 2 other smaller ones in the boat.
Well, he has the fewest rods on the deck of his boat of anybody we were covering today.
Have ever seen
this week.
Yeah.
After 2 disastrous events, 100th at Fork, had that top 10 at Harris Chain. This week, another top 10. He's gone from 78th to having a little hope for Classic with about 55th right now.
Another solid one right there.
Ike, Luke Palmer, Takuito also got pretty healthy, getting within range of classic. Ike's a little further back, but Palmer gained 20 spots, 44th. Ito's right in front of him, 43rd.
Little shot at his AccuCull device there.
That is why he has won the Bass Trek contingency almost every event.
Almost.
Since we started doing it. Him and Austin Felix.
Unusually slow morning for JT Tompkins, but one thing that he has said throughout this tournament, mornings have been his slowest.
Yeah.
This is the time of day where he's done all this damage.
10 o'clock is when he turns on every day.
There we go. All right, a little bit better. I'll put it on this side. Get my scales.
Another one right there for JT Tompkins. And this is about this time of day yesterday, actually, his areas really started to fire.
Kind of feels like Adam Rasmussen in the Classic, where if he could put a good morning together with his midday and afternoon, he could maybe compete with Walters, kind of like Adam had saved all of his goodness for the end of the day. He finally got a good morning on the final day of the Classic, but then his afternoon was the one that died off and let him down.
JT starting the day in second place. Super consistent this week, 21-1, 19-5. And
They just come up somewhere.
18-9 yesterday.
It's been all right. I mean, it's been just another one of those mornings where you cast one way, they school the other. So, but I don't know. We just caught another good one, and there's a plenty of chop on the water from the bite late in the day, so we'll be fine. We just got to figure out a rotation. It's just so hard to leave these fish when they're schooling like this. But I'm gonna have to make a decision here in a little bit on how to make sure the rest of my day is profitable. But I don't know, we're catching fish. Not a ton, but we just need to get some big ones now. But gosh dang, I keep following it. Dang it. But yeah, if we can just get a couple big ones in the boat, I mean, it don't take much. 2 5-pounders and we're at, what we need to be. So we got about 14.5 pounds. I'm guessing I'd like to get to 19 today. I don't know if today's gonna be tougher, better, or what, but of course I want 25, but that's kind of a morning deal to get to 25 pounds, and I saw them. It's just getting your bait in front of them is another story. But I don't know, we're gonna keep on playing around, testing some new areas, and trying to get together, a good bag today.
We're in a rookie race. We got two of the top three from
right there. Busted right there.
Yeah, right there too. John Garrett. Like a Cody Huff.
No idea if I got a big one or a little one.
Otherwise, very, very good week.
Nah. Neither. Neither.
Keeper right there for John Garrett. Also throwing a riser style bait throughout this tournament.
Garrett, your winner at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Boy, they are keyed in on that bait. Big time.
Feels good. Gosh, he's wanting to jump. Ain't that big. I thought it was better than that. Not bad. I don't know, 2 3/4 maybe. Still need to get rid of it, but upgrade's upgrade. It's crazy. I mean, there's same thing as at all my other places. I mean, there's a pile of them right there, and we had a boat run by, and the wave stirred the bait up, and they come up busting. But it's the only way I can get one to bite is when they're feeding.
Back over to Trey McKinney.
Well, he is definitely trenched in to this area.
15.5 pounds as it stands right now.
Good thing biggin'. It's not setting up right. Come on. That's what we need. There we go. That's what we need. Oh, they're down. Let's get it.
Big one right there for Trey McKinney. Got the gold rope flowing. Championship Monday. Patrick Walters live.
There we go.
It's a good one. They have the sharpest teeth.
Last time we were here, we saw the biggest bag of the tournament on the last day. We're going to see that again, aren't we?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
I was just looking it up.
Yeah.
Walters has the biggest bag on day 1 and day 3. He had the 6th biggest bag on day 2, and he's probably going to have a top 2 biggest bag today between him and Cody Huff currently. So,
wow,
that's pretty dominant.
So it's an ounce off.
Patrick Walters put the finishing touches on the 2023 season with a big win. St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario.
dazzling performance.
Century belt, smallmouth, everything. Boy, just good stuff. Patrick Walters really, really outrunning the pack this time around, although his lead is down to a mere 10 pounds.
You could average 20 pounds a day and lose by double digits this week for Cody Huff.
Think about that. We've got more coming here from Lake Murray, Championship Monday. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, Lake Murray, South Carolina. This is Championship Sunday. Had our first day postponed from Thursday to Friday. We are going to finish the full 4 days of fishing here. Let's take a look at an important set of numbers here. The Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, and Trey McKinney also extended his lead in that a little bit, but not much because JT Tompkins has been right behind him for the last couple of events. Kyle Patrick.
Solid year for Kyle Patrick.
We could have
Patrick
some switches,
got some real
Tommy.
talent for sure.
John Garrett being so far down in our top 10, if he gets in the top 5, he may jump into 4th, maybe tie for 3rd.
Could happen today, absolutely. Tyler Williams from Maine doing very well this year as well. Robert G. had a lot of fun watching him back in Texas. Let's go to the Screen of Knowledge from Ronnie Moore.
Yeah, Tommy. Speaking of Dakota Lithium, Rookie of the Year, we got the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge here today, and I wanted you guys to just welcome in and look at Patrick Walters' career in his 6th season on the Elite Series. He's through 5.5 full seasons, or 5 full seasons and half of this season, and how dominant he actually has been. It's kind of shocking he doesn't have more victories or an Angler of the Year yet, but I put an asterisk here just because it's not finished. Still things to be done. But this would be his 5th B.A.S.S win. We've talked about he has 2 wins in the Opens, one in 2018 at the Red River, one in 2020 at Lake Hartwell. Both of those were very dominant wins as well. And then you think about his elite victories, the largest margin of victory in Elite Series history, over 29 pounds. He won by at Lake Fork in 2020. Later that year, so he won an Open, net turned around and won an Elite Series event, winning the St. Lawrence last year. He's got 3 Century Clubs. He's the first angler to ever win a Century or have a Century Club on largemouth and on smallmouth. $1.16 million in just 83 events, counting today's $100,000 for the victory when that happens. His elite victories and Opens victories, if we think about the states that they've came in, Texas, New York, South Carolina, add in Louisiana there as well. Very diverse bodies of water. And then the numbers down here, you may wonder what those are. 16, 3, 4, 5, 3, and an 11 with an asterisk. Those are his Angler of the Year finishes. The 16th, his rookie year, he actually led half the season of the points race before the smallmouth swing. That used to be his kryptonite, not anymore. He has figured out the smallmouth very well. Got 3rd, 4th, and 5th the next 3 seasons in Angler of the Year, and then last year made a charge at the end of the season and got 3rd place, winning the final event of the year. He's 11th in Angler of the Year this year, but after Lake Fork, through 2 stops, he was 1 point from the Angler of the Year lead, fell down to 24th after 2 tough Florida events, uncharacteristically tough Florida events, back up to 11th, about 100 points behind Trey McKinney. He's got his work cut out for him, but he does have a 2nd place tournament at Wheeler in the College Series and a championship just coming up, 8 ounces short of winning there. Smith Lake should be right up his alley. Then you look at Champlain and the St. Lawrence. This man, Patrick Walters, he's got a tough road to hoe, but I would not put it past him to be in the top 5 once again for Angler of the Year.
Oh, yeah. Agree with that. I think the entire studio team picked him to win Angler of the Year earlier this season. Just a sparkling performance from the young angler from South Carolina. Paula Jowler topwater bait, Zoom Super Fluke. Another soft plastic mixed in there that he has used a lot in this tournament, and getting it done right there. Cleaning it up, looking good. Highway Patrol working 1st shift this week, Tommy Sanders. Cleaning up his bass. Everybody's looking good on the lake. I wouldn't be surprised if he cleans up Brian Evey.
Oh, well, maybe we'll
JT Tompkins
get to witness that, huh? A bit of JT Tompkins' day so far.
Yeah.
Slower start. Oh, but that's usual for him this week.
Exactly.
If yesterday was the worst day of his life with 17 pounds early, today most definitely has beaten that for the worst day of his life. But we expect that to change in just a few minutes or a few hours.
If 17 pounds is the worst day of his life, he's lived a good life.
Oh, man, what a great,
in all honesty.
What a great deal he's been getting.
Throwing a riser-style bait, also backing it up with 2 different soft plastic jerk baits, a pearl one and that one right there, that chartreuse soft plastic jerk bait. But again, this is the time of day when he's done the majority of his damage all week long. Is this a
This is a cavalcade of hits. This is a greatest
Is this a Bassmaster mid-morning report? Lee Livesey.
Sort of in disguise.
Little bit slower this morning. Earlier today with Lee Livesey fishing around our takeoff right where Kyle Patrick fell in the water yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Good to see Kyle didn't hurt himself.
Number 5.
There we go. There we go.
I'll zip that to go down. That is not what we've been seeing schooling. Shows me they're all over the point, though. From there to there to there. It's a big group.
Might follow suit with Kyle Patrick and go swimming today if he gets a little too excited where he's standing.
Lee's incredibly coordinated. Actually, I'm being sarcastic. He's not.
He was
Lee. He is not coordinated.
He was a DB back in the day at La Monroe.
Yes.
That was a long time ago.
Come on, them big ones came up again when I caught that one. 25 rack sitting right there. Just got to get him to bite it.
He has been on 2 good shallow water areas. You heard him. 25 pounds sitting right there.
4.5 hours left. Right here. And 4 of them on top, and 1 of them on something else. I bet you that point right there is good.
All right, Lee thinks he's got a pretty good setup there. Let's check in quickly now with Brock Mosley.
Brock is bailed on that square-billed gig down near the dam.
2 fish in the boat.
Slow morning for Brock.
Keeper. I feel gooder. I wanted to make you feel, okay, I got 2 now. That's not what you want to do on Lake Murray.
Tommy?
Measure 1.
Put some together with our wizard stick here. Hummingbird, unlock the lake. Get ready for this. Gonna start out near the dam. Here's what this is. All catches, all 4 days. If you take a look at that, all the icons right there, you know what that says? You got a pretty good lake as a whole.
All over.
Seeings, the bottom end of Lake Murray was the slowest end, but as we kind of go up lake and get around Shoal Island, we're headed there. You can see that V right there. That is the Shoal Island Peninsula. It has been a beatdown yet again. And if you look to the right-hand side of your screen, Dreer Island State Park, another big player in this tournament. A lot of fish released there, the last few evers. As you head up the Saluda River. Not as many catches, but pretty much I can promise you one thing. Any of those icons right there, more than likely Rick Clunns. Because he was by far and away the angler that ran the furthest upriver. That is your hummingbird.
Caught a couple of 5s up there.
Sure did.
Right in front of me, too.
More than 1,200 of those markers.
Back to Livesey.
Oh, there's a big one right there. Got it. Another one made it.
Was great.
Not the big one, no.
Cloud cover feeding a little later this morning.
Just as predicted.
Wouldn't mind.
No, the one to the left of it was big, though. 3-something.
Oh, they're so fat here. It's like a spotted bass. They're so fat.
Notice a lot of the topwater baits. That's a 6 cents from Lee Livesey. A lot of the topwater baits. Straight Carolina chrome.
So I can have 2 of them in the bottom of the boat as long as I don't have a limit. So now I've got 5 of them, so I can't do that anymore. Or I've actually got 6 now, but we're about to cull them out. Get a look at who's what. I think I have one pretty small one, that one I just had in my hand a minute ago. I'm not even gonna look. What's going on over there? No, you never know, but I know what's swimming around in there. I haven't seen it.
I like
We're
it.
within.
Seeing everybody kind of jump in there every other segment, you know.
It's a lot. That's what we're looking for.
We're not going to chase down Patrick Walters. They can have a good time.
It's getting 30 minutes from the midpoint of the day, basically, and they're still catching, busting the surface out there. It seems to be extending a little bit. That's nice. Maybe that could continue for a couple more hours. Wouldn't that be good? Patrick Walters.
To sell it to me, bud.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you're on board. Patrick Walters still on top by a lot. The Bassmaster Elite Series Minn Kota Elite, coming from here at Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Head toward the midway point in our fishing day, our 8 hours of fishing for our 10 anglers left on Championship Monday. Oh, wow.
Absolutely right, Tommy Sanders.
Yep.
Still holding steady today, even though this power pole replay of the day has been threatened by young Patrick Walters. Cody Huff from Missouri. Big one right there. Top water bite for the Missouri angler. Big bass, big stage.
Come here. Yeah.
Big dreams. Power pole replay of the day. Cody Huff having a big morning. All the way over 23 pounds so far. Your power pole replay of the morning yet again, Cody Huff. Wow, that's a 8.5 to 9 pounder if it's not spawned out.
That's no kidding.
Cody Huff is a tall dude, and when he lands that, it's like he's holding a baby.
No.
It's like he's holding a baby.
Well, big fish, as you say, big
Stages,
big dreams, all coming together.
It sure
here on
is.
Championship Monday.
We knew it was gonna.
Speaking of big fish, let's turn our attention to Northland Daily Trivia. Who caught the second biggest bass in the 2023 Lake Murray Elite right here, last year's event? Was it Matt Robertson? Was it Drew Cook, Brandon Card, or Hunter Shryock? Second place, Hunter Shryock. Who caught the second biggest bass?
It's kind of crazy because Robertson led day 1. Cook had a 26-plus bag on day 3. I don't know why
Brandon Card
had a 7-11.
Brandon Card.
I'm going to go Shryock 7-4 or whatever it was on the final day.
And it's kind of
The tough
tricky. Kind of tricky.
Brandon Card.
I'll go with Matt Robertson since he had a big day.
I'm going with Drew Cook.
Oh, you did this. Yeah.
When Such is back.
When Eric had a 7-11, Cook had a 7-2 that day.
Well done, Such.
The other 3 days, 6-14 tied. That was Robertson, Card, and Shryock. 6-14.
6-14. That's the
Tommy, you always study second big bass of an event. And
Usually, yes. Usually I'm dead on.
I'm amazed you didn't get that.
There's very few that I can't recall.
Hey, we're just
for
catching
you
Such up. Hey, this is day 2 for Such.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm way behind.
And he's brought it. Yeah, I mean, he's
I did hear you say you didn't like the Mother's Day trivia yesterday, though.
Not at all.
Man.
Not at all. Lee Livesey live.
We'll need to bank that Walters didn't win on Mother's Day. It was the day after. We'll have to remember that.
Same thing happened to West Logan.
cloud cover, little bit of wind. Keeping it going for Lee Livesey.
Oh my gosh, look at him. I can't tell if he's a 2-pounder or a 10-pounder. Sorry, Dalton, he's going the other way. Can't tell if he's a 3 or a 4.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah. Three, something. Yeah. Now we're getting them going. Oh my gosh, look at those sharks out there eating. You see that?
Hey, we having fun or what?
This is fun. Oh, come on. Don't even look behind me. That fish ate it. That's a big 3.
Solid fish for Lee Livesey.
You look like you need to go. Yep. You won't see many fish look like that on Murray.
Great shot right there. See him when he was reeling it in, blowing up all around that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wow.
I ain't got one on a Sebile all week. Make a couple casts with it just to make sure. I know Rick said he caught a giant, or that big one he caught yesterday was on a Sebile. There he is. Oh, he missed it. Looked like a good one.
Oh my gosh.
First bite on a Sebile all week, right there.
So probably, honestly, like today, I mean, I know the fish live here, and that spot I caught all my weight at so far. So as far as I'm concerned, might be the only spots I rotate. Like just bam, come back, bam, come back. Because you guys seen how fast they can set up sometimes. Like right here, good chance we might get another bite because I've let them settle. Let's see. That's why you see me like sit down. After I catch one, everybody's like, get back in there, get back in there. Sometimes, but I've had better luck now this week, letting them settle and then getting back in there. And I usually catch one if I let them settle back down. The thing I've done with these fish is they scattered. They scattered heavy. It's hard to catch them when they're all scattered because you need every bass to try to get it. If not, usually don't work the same. I have not caught any fish like how I'm working it till today and yesterday. Practice, always slow. The first day of the tournament, slow. Now it's just like as fast as you can possibly get. And the bad thing is you miss some of them because you're not expecting it. Like I missed one today. I mean, a big one. I was sweeping it, or basically pulling it so hard, and he hit it. I was, so far, I wasn't ready. And by the time I pulled, I just didn't get a good hookup ratio with him. And he just didn't get it. And that's the only thing that's a problem with this. Like how I'm doing it now, I'm ready. If they hit it, I'm like, all right, I got you. But how I was doing it earlier where I was like, whoosh, whoosh. If they hit it right here, then you've got to crank all the way down and then pull, and it just usually don't work out good for me. It's like yo-yoing anything, like any kind of trap or red eye. It's like, and then they hit it right here, and you're like trying to pull, and then you lose them. I just kind of da-da-da-da, and then I got full sweep. So we're learning as we're going, learning what not to do. Do I wish we'd have caught another big one? Definitely. Like, see, now I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna try how I've been catching them. See if it might strike an interest. Let's see. They're coming. They're coming. They're not gonna do it. The big ones stayed set up. The small ones came to the boat. Every once in a while, the small ones, why you catch the big one, because they get fired up. I might run that other spot that I caught that 5-pounder yesterday. But other than that, I know these fish live here. And some of these schools don't stay. These stay, you know, like all day they're here. It's not like it's just a morning thing or just an evening thing. Because that first one I had, I know it's definitely going to help me. So now all dude's got to leave, come back 30 minutes, hour later, let them set back up. Is that them schooling out there? What is that? Fish just come up out there. But now I know I'm going to power pull down right here, and let's try something else. A different color or something.
Check back with Trey McKinney just a little bit here. Might have something working here. We need to get back over to our tournament leader, Patrick Walters, whose lead was up to 16 plus pounds earlier today. It's now dialed back a little bit to about 9 pounds, owing to Cody Huff's big day so far.
Well, we have seen him fish a lot different areas today after his morning flurry.
Big group of them right there. Ooh.
That actually looked like it would have helped.
I thought you were about to say we just need to remember this could hurt him later.
That was a hammer group. That was a big fish, actually. God, got it. First one was decent. Yeah, first one did look good. Jump.
Oh my God. Got to be bigger than 3 1/3.
That'd be 3 3/4 at this point.
I couldn't watch this. I'd have to go back to the house and take a nap.
Back over to Trey McKinney.
That begs the question, how low is Patrick Walters on his estimates?
I think they're just messing with me. Oh my goodness, here they come. Here they come. I don't know if it'll help me or not. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. It's just part of it. I know there's some big ones. Stop. Hey.
McKinney might get a little bit out of that one. Nope, will not get a little bit out of it. Wow. Good problem to have right there, Trey McKinney. Getting his day going up full speed now. Catched an hour and a half. Patrick Walters, though, after about 4 hours of fishing, man, oh man, he has topped the big mark from last year that nobody thought would be assaulted. Cody Huff having a huge day, 23 pounds plus. Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, Ed Loughran coming from 10th place all the way up to 5th place. Caught a 4-pounder just a little bit ago, I think. We'll be back and tell you more in just a moment.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Yes. Now we're ready to roll through Championship Monday. Right now, jumped the gun on you a little bit there. My apologies. Lake Murray, what a great.
Marching through the day.
Marching through the day. Let's go to the guy who won on Lay Lake. Masterful fashion last year to pick up a win as a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Sylacauga, Alabama's Will Davis.
Interesting that he has caught a lot of fry garters throughout this tournament doing this right here. Throwing a jerkbait, a little deeper jerkbait, and cracked them yesterday afternoon. High skies and slick as could be.
Hey there, too, buddy. There's like 30 of them there. Good one. Looked bigger than that when she came up. 3.9. Do that again.
Nice. Good keeper there for Will Davis.
Good dude.
Oh, yeah.
Will Davis
absolutely.
is a good young man.
Knew the timing, knew the places to fish on Lay Lake last year, much similar to the effort we have seen put forth by this young man. Patrick Walters only to even a more amplified degree.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if he just felt big from the get-go. Oh my goodness, this feels like a really big one. Hadn't seen him yet.
We have the smallest fish at 3.4. I'm going to slightly disagree with
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
4 1/4, you're not coming away in Patrick probably today.
What lake are we on? We're in. Oh my gosh. He'd be 3 pounds. Dang. Dude. He's 3.5.
Yeah, he's not. No.
Brian, what is happening? Oh my God. I gotta go.
Now listen, Patrick Walters did not get this fired up when he had 25 pounds on day one of this tournament. So you can put him past that. You could tell by his attitude right now, you can put him past that. Because if that's a 3.5 pounder, we're going to say his marathon peak performance that we have unofficially at 23 pounds. I think you can tack on, knowing Patrick Walters and how he estimates fish, wire to wire. Patrick Walters getting it done here on not his home water, but you can definitely, it's fair to say that he dominates here. You can see up and down performances on Santee Cooper, but boy, he has well exceeded what it was thought to win this tournament earlier in the week. Marathon peak performance, Patrick Walters unofficially 90 pounds and 3 ounces, where many anglers did not think it would take 75 to win this tournament.
That fish went in as a 5-0 to give him 23 today.
Yeah, okay.
5-0 even. He's got the 5-8, 2 4-8s, and a 3-8.
He's closer to 27
on
right
Bass
now.
Track.
Yeah. What a day. What a tournament for Patrick Walters.
We've had a good day. Great day.
There we go.
No complaints. Straighten my boat back up. Been pretty crazy, I shall say. When it's meant to be, though. I mean, you don't know if you can go out here and catch even 17 pounds sometimes. I mean, you come out here and completely zero. And some days you can come out here and just, it line up. And it has lined up so far. Every spot we've called. They're not interested. That one must have just swam in and he was like, I'm gonna eat that.
Oh, JT.
If you're just checking in with us, you're at work or something, to see how this tournament's going. The story is Patrick Walters, who has not only gone wire to wire so far, he has not surrendered the lead at any moment during this tournament. That's a rare thing right there.
You're also seeing he had a lot up his sleeve.
Yeah, it's JT Tompkins with one there. That's going to keep for him. It's a good one.
All right. We're getting somewhere.
He was chasing it.
It's been said before, and we've been saying it a lot this week. Patrick Walters, since really he showed up out here in 2019, he quickly became a super top tier Bassmaster lead angler.
That's a better one. Got her. Oh my God, they're schooling right in front of the boat. I think you really have to prove to yourself that you want to do it, and you have to make your mind up. Your mind is your biggest enemy and your best friend. When you make your mind up and you said, this is the only thing I'm going to do, you will make it. I don't care if you're 10 years old, I don't care if you're 55 years old, it's not too late. When you make your mind up to do something, it is possible. This would mean the world to win here on Lake Murray, because this is my second home lake. This is where I fished my first ever bass tournament ever. And I remember coming to the Elite Series here, I think it was in 2012 when Casey Ashley won, and watched him win that tournament. Just kind of brings memories, because I feel like I'm one of these kids in the crowd. I was one of them. And to be able to stand on this stage one day and hold that blue trophy up in this town, that means the world. It gets you fired up. Listen, when your hair stands up and you get goosebumps, that's when you know you're doing the right thing. Oh my God! And it would mean the world coming back home, kind of, and getting the blue trophy on your second home lake. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just kidding. I'm not that hyped. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Come on.
Boy, great homecoming for Patrick Walters here. Not his true home, but
not too
one of the places
shabby.
where he's made his legend. Trey McKinney, our leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, never slowing down this year. All the rest of our top 10, hats off to them for getting here on this day. A lot of them set up to possibly have the best day of their tournament. Conditions such as they are.
Yeah, we were hoping the cloud cover was going to make the bite last a little longer. It has definitely done that on Championship Monday. Ironically, the two toughest days were on FS1, where it was high skies, and still pretty impressive. Lake Murray is as much pressure as this place gets. And look at what is going on back here.
Like you always say, Z, there's always time for personal hygiene and grooming.
Listen, I'm big on that.
I know. Well, first half of the day has been fun all the way through. Yesterday, the first half of the day was terrific. We'll see what happens in the rest of this Championship Monday. Dave and Davey coming up at 12 p.m. Eastern Time with on-location coverage. Live Mix continues.
Oh yeah. It ain't over till it's over, baby. Come on. No! Oh my gosh.
There she is.
Com.
I feel like I might be able to hold my own. I mean, I don't think I'm not going to drop to last place on anything. Let me get this little overrun out. Look, I'm just basically sitting here, like just talking to everybody, waiting for them to set back up, and then I'll catch them. I'm focused, but I'm waiting. I had to focus on the right cast. Like right, yeah, hang on. Hang on 1 second. Uh-oh. 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 That one hurt. The biggest one out of the school come up and was like, I mean, the biggest one, like, sucker was that long on the screen. Ah, come on, babies. These are my little babies. I gotta take care of them. I'm waiting. I'm not bombarding them. I'm just gonna wait till they get set back up. Because there's that one cast, that's it. Like, you might as well, if they come up schooling over here, catch one over there, but they like race their buddies. It's hilarious. You'll see one pass it, and the other one's like, nah, and then they swipe at it, miss it, and the other one's like, nah. It's just, is it your day, basically? Is the 2-pounder gonna grab it, or the 5-pounder? Sometimes neither. Dude, my arms are so sore. They're kind of roaming around now looking for some bait. If I caught that one, I was gonna be all pumped up. I could give my deals a goodwill and probably do all right. How much freaking things I have. All right. I need to try something else. What other crazy stuff do I have? Just like obnoxious. Dude, I need to get more organized. Holy cow. If anybody saw my boat, I'd be sad. I'm gonna try this little color. No, we're gonna try this color. No. That one right there. This flashy one, the flashy cabin shed works a lot when it's sunny, but dude, my hands are shot. I don't know why I get the shakes. I just get the shakes sometimes. Actually, hang on. Be smart, Trey. Where if I try to get to land one. I guess that color works. Oh my goodness, that giant was falling it. That ain't gonna help. There's big ones here, like they are here, I just know it. That's something I love. See how I changed my cadence and caught that one? Like, everything's about change. I love catching them on this rod. It's like a limber, medium heavy, and it's so fun. When you stick one, it's just like, feels like a 10-pounder. And it buries the hook I don't know why, it's just such a good rod. The old St. Croix Victory. It's the funniest thing, because I can use any rod, you know? And I choose to use the Victory. Like, I love it. like both my fluke rods. The chance of catching like a big one has been right here, right there, all day long. That one I missed on the top water bait, that was a big one. But I just don't think I've done anything wrong. I can truthfully say I just honestly don't think I've done anything wrong. Like, I never moved. He literally, come on. Last cast for a little while. I'll let them rest.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 1.
Yep, they gotta rest. Well, they need more than anything, a different angle.
Have all the places to hunt in. They changed it to like a trophy mule deer area and made it where out-of-staters can't buy a tag. And it's like, I think last year there was like 20 out-of-staters that killed a mule deer buck. It's like, if you want to get your numbers up, take away some gun tags or don't have season forever. Instead, they take the most unsuccessful tag out. Yeah, they have. Sago, they're tired of seeing my baits. It's a great day. I am. I am, don't worry. I like this little slick spot that's like over where the fish are at.
Will they go out like super deep here in the row?
Oh God, yeah, they'll go over 60. I mean, they'll get way out off these points. They're only still up shallow because the bait's up here. Just doing a little fishing now, seeing if we can pick us up a big one. I mean, I feel like we've been doing that every day. Catch our weight early and then just kind of fish around. It's been an amazing day. Everywhere we went, we've caught them. We've caught good ones. You can definitely tell they're biting today. They were actually biting pretty finicky this morning. I was actually have them nip at it more than I've had all week. But we just kept moving and we ran into them. I mean, that's been the story of the day, of the week. I mean, it's been all week. It's been good, except practice. Practice was tough, but that's usually how it always goes. This spot I hadn't really had a big load on it all week. Oop, here it comes. Ooh. Nope. Let's go back and check that other point. I'd better go there and throw the darter, but there's a lot of current. Do what? Yeah, in a minute. Still a lot of locals out here fishing today. All right, let's do it.
I love when they're coming so fast, they just don't even register in the screen. It's so funny because one fish gets them all caught. Because one takes off and they're like, oh, I gotta go. Every time I catch one, they're like, Joey, why'd you do that, man? Hopefully Big Papa gets the brunt of Joey's mistake. Ooh, they're going shallow. It's usually when they get kind of hungry. They are not hungry. Oh my goodness. Had grass on it and two big ones were chasing it. Uh-oh. 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 Oh my goodness. Dude, look out. I'm not even going there. We're not going there. They all went. I just never even... I was just waiting for the water to just splash. I wasn't even looking at my grab. I was just... How much you got? $17. I don't know, dude. I can't. I'm having your day yesterday.
Oh, I'm having my day again.
I've had...
I lost a 4-pounder like at the trolling motor.
Here?
No.
Oh.
Back there. I lost a 4-pounder. Had a blow up on it that was like 4 to 5.
I have two. I threw my little bait over here. 5-pounder just goes, doof, and it goes, bobs off. I've missed so many throwing this. There's always been somebody on it. You can go try it.
What about the flat in the back?
I haven't seen a bass. I went there once about midday. I never seen nothing.
What about that point?
Yeah, I just caught 2 off of it.
So it's good?
That's what I've been rotating these 2 back and forth.
I got you. I'm gonna go check the rock point, then I'm gonna when you come back, every point has got them. On shoal.
We're leaving. Do they bite?
Yeah, I keep missing them. Like twitching it, boom! Load up and pop off.
Well, okay. I'm about to head that way then.
I got lucky. I lost like a 4. Back in there and caught a 3.5.
I've just been missing them.
Good luck today.
You too. If he beats me by now, it'd be so funny. Because last year I was the one getting second places. What I would do for you to come up schooling. What I would do. Oh, I just want my rod. Just elbow drop it, please. Just don't even look at it. Just eat it. Just don't even try. Just close your eyes. Just close your eyes, man. It's for the best. They're done for a little while. I do have that feeling. Ooh. On my last cast. I don't know how these fish even still look at it.
Looking for a big one. I say it's hard to call fishing for in these groups, but they've been biting the groups pretty good today. Gonna fish shallow for a little bit. I say a little bit. You're at the end of this turn. Then we're gonna run back down. Then we're gonna almost. Oh my God, that stump gets me every time. Run back up, get a little bit closer. That wind's picking up. I should gonna say they ought to start biting, but they've been chewing. Old mallard. Had grass on it. Two more casts. We did have a bite down it. Freaking hammered it. We fished the stretch, what, the first day or second day? We came down here when it was slick, calm, genius. I caught one in practice here on the darter. It was like a 4-pounder, but it should have been like a 6. It was all lanky. It looked bad. Just post spawn. Last cast. All right, do it.
Well, that cast was terrible. That was pretty good. Those got to be striper. They took my worm. We're gonna move.
You're not wrong, dude. Not at all.
And bass don't do nothing but suck them off.
One guaranteed way to get them to come up to that Carolina rig. Get it out there, get it real slow, and they will come up. Every time. That was Red Bull. Uh-huh. I told you, they know when I pick it up. Oh my gosh. And they're done. You gotta be kidding me. As soon as I picked it up. Jesus, man. I've been holding that rod for 30 minutes. I didn't even get my cast out. I mean, that was a giant.
This is like the far side protein.
Freaking Twilight Zone right now, man. He stayed up too for like 3 seconds. If you'd have just hit it in there, one of them would have ate it.
That one that stayed up would be
Yeah. I'm not going to school for another 45 minutes now. Thought I felt a raindrop. I did. Little. I don't know which one ate it. There were some little ones in there. Feels big. Bigger. There were definitely some little ones. Either got him hooked with it or he's bigger. I got him hooked on the top of the head, but he'll help if I get him in. I don't know how many other stumps there are in there. All I can see is these two. Yeah, he's not that big. I just got him hooked really awkward. big 3, though. Stay away from that stump. Mm-hmm. 6-inch catwalk. They're liking that, man. Switched up to that catwalk, and I've been catching them ever since. If I can get it in there. It's a better than average one. There's some 5s and 6s in there. We just need it to go right. Yeah, it's going to be right at it. Number 2 goes. A lot bigger than we thought. It's a 482. He's big. Yeah, it's pretty big. He doesn't look like a 482 to me. I don't know. I'm putting him in there. I know number 2 is leaving. That's all I know. He's long. That's why he weighs so much. Come here, Bubba. Yeah, I'll hold him up once I get him off.
Welcome in on location coverage along the shores of Lake Murray. I mean, there's a bunch of people in the world that they don't like Mondays. They say it not least favorite day of the week. Got to go back to work, but it gets a whole lot better when it is Championship Monday for the second time in 2024. This live coverage brought to you by Garmin. A much different day today, overcast. I'm starting to feel some inclement weather. I'm feeling raindrops falling on my head, Davey Height. But the one thing that doesn't change is Patrick Walters continues to, decimate the fields here.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter what the weather may be, Patrick Walters has been able to catch him all week.
An incredible week Patrick Walters has had, and he was pretty excited this morning. Takeoff was a little... it's always mellow, obviously, when it's Championship Monday. We just get, like I call a boutique-type takeoff. But it was also weird because everyone's like so relaxed because there's really no pressure on anybody but Patrick. And then you look at Patrick and you're like, I don't know if he even realizes it's a tournament today.
Yeah, he's really had it in neutral for most of this event. I mean, the first and second morning for sure by about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, he was just cruising, just checking out some places that he really hadn't even had a clue where there were any fish there during the week, just fishing places that I knew were not his key areas for sure. But today, he proved that he has been putting it in neutral for the first 3 days. He has put the hammer down today. And, unofficially, I think he's saying he's got about 18 or 19 pounds, but it looks like it might be over 25 pounds.
Which would, he's already got the Crush City Monster bag of the tournament, which he weighed in the very first angler to weigh in on day number 1 and ruined the whole weigh-in because nobody came close to catching him. But he could top the weight that he's already in the lead with.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone, including myself, thought that it would take 90-plus pounds to win here this week. I predicted in the 80s, 30 to make the cut, and I think that's what kind of the high end of almost what anybody else predicted. But to think he could be up there in the upper 90s is no one thought that would happen. No one thought that happened this week.
Why was he able to do that?
Well, he's done a really good job of conserving his fish, but he has just outfished guys too. I've watched him all 4 days. He has not fished a single place that I think is a secret place. I don't know if there is a such thing as a secret place for blueback herring spawning on Lake Murray, but everywhere I've seen him, I've seen fish there year in and year out. A lot of people fish that, but he has done a real good job of catching those fish. The other thing, everywhere he's been, there's been 3 to 5 pound fish, not 1, 2, and 3 pound fish, and that's been a big, big key. He's been around those bigger fish every single day.
A little bit of weather coming in this area and expected over the next couple hours. Will that affect things? Is that, I mean, if anybody's got a chance to chase him down, I mean, he's got his weight, but you could see, tell me we can see craziness, Davey.
We can see craziness. We were talking about it a little bit last night. Certainly there's a possibility of a 27, 28, 29-pound limit. Unfortunately for the other 9 guys, it looked like Patrick Walters has the best opportunity to bring that in today. But it'd still be, no matter who, to see post-spawn almost 30-pound stringer is special. It just shows you how great Lake Murray really is.
Well, I asked you to tell me there would be craziness, and you basically you smiled at me and told me there will not be craziness. But let's catch up on what's been happening out on the water. We're going to look at all 10 of our anglers. We started with 102 in this tournament. 50 went out yesterday. 10 went out today. 9 Elite Series Assassins chasing down our tournament leader, Patrick Walters. Your Yamaha Midday Report. And let's start with Brock Mosley making his 16th Bassmaster Top 10.
Certainly a good time to do a Yamaha Midday Report, but it's almost like this is a recap of the week report. We've been watching Brock Mosley, currently in 10th place, 61 pounds, 11 ounces. Been watching him all week do exactly what he did last year. Spend most of his time up real shallow, cranking with a square bill around riprap, and then later in the day, after he gets a good solid limit, he's been moving out and catching some fish on other baits, the blueback herring type places. But Brock Mosley, most of the fish he has weighed in this week have been fish that are post-spawn up there shallow on those rocks that are up there for the herring and threadfin shad.
A guy who loves Mondays, championship Mondays to be specific, John Garrett, the last one he won.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a week he had there at the Harris Ching at our last event, and having another good tournament here, currently in 9th place, to win an event and then go back and pop a top 10 is great. It's great for his points for the season and his bid for Rookie of the Year. Everybody certainly knows that he's a big contender for that. One thing about John Garrett that he has been doing a little differently, he's been fishing the blueback herring and threadfin shad spawn early, but then he has been moving offshore and fishing grass, vegetation. There actually is some of that in Lake Murray. Not many anglers have been focusing on that, but he's been moving off these places a little deeper and fishing that vegetation during the day.
John Garrett, part of that incredible Bethel University dynasty at this point. I mean, 2 out of our top 10 actually Bethel alumnists, and they just happen to be roommates. But let's throw in our back-to-back Bass Nation national champion. And don't forget, he also won an Elite Series event in his rookie season last year, Will Davis Jr.
Yeah, I think it was this same month, the month of May, when Will Davis won his first Blue Trophy, and he's had a good tournament here again this week. One of the anglers has really done a good job not having many places that those blueback herring are spawning these fish, feeding on them, but he's been able to maximize the couple places he's had, fishing farther down the lake than most anglers, real close to the dam. Will Davis has done a good job this week. We talk about, and I like to talk about, similar to NASCAR, some tournaments, just like NASCAR, some races you got a chance to win, and some others hey, I got a top 10 car. If I can just finish in the top 10, that's going to be a victory. I think Will Davis, looking back on this tournament, will say, hey, I'm glad to get out of there with a top 10 for sure. Only having a few places that were really good for herring spawning and those bigger fish.
Making a second top 10 as well, Ed Loughran, and he also made Championship Monday earlier this year, so he likes Mondays, and what lawyer doesn't?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They all do love Mondays. But I guarantee you Ed Loughran likes fishing on a Monday a little better than being in court on a Monday. Just a little bit better. But Ed's done a really good job this week mixing it up. Similar to John Garrett, doing some of the stuff early in the morning around the herring spawn and the shad spawn, but then using a drop shot offshore, concentrating on that vegetation also. So really a surprise that we have 2 anglers in the top 10 fishing vegetation. As that vegetation gets better and better here on Lake Murray, I think we'll see more and more of that.
A 4-time Bassmaster winner from Longview, Texas, a guy that's used to battling Patrick Walters. If you look at how many epic battles they have had, they may be the Hagler and Hearns of bass fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Lee Livesey, I talked about Will Davis maximizing the couple of areas that he have. Lee Livesey has done the best job of that. He has moved around just a very little. He has basically caught every single fish that he has brought to the scales off one point. And at times he had company on that point with him, other anglers fishing it with him. So Lee Livesey has done a good job of staying put, not reinventing the wheel. I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Some guys that didn't have success here this week trying to do too much. Lee Livesey says, hey, this place fishes a lot like Lake Fork. When the shadder's spawning there, I know I'm going to be on those shallow flat points. I'm going to find the right ones with some bigger fish on it, and here we are, currently in 6th place.
South Carolina represented multiple times in our top 10, not just our tournament leader, but went out this morning in 2nd, now in 5th. Your reigning EQ Bassmaster Open Angler of the Year, JT Tompkins.
Yeah, I always enjoy watching your weigh-ins, but I want you to ask him this afternoon, does he have a lot of experience here or does he not have a lot of experience here on Lake Murray? Because pre-tournament, I heard rumor that he had not fished here very much at all, being from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, about 3 hours away from here. But we have heard him and his dad say he has spent a lot of time in boats here. Not all of the time at the front of the boat, because he fished some high school and college tournaments here, certainly high school tournaments here. So JT Tompkins showing that he does know Lake Murray well. Had some misfortune yesterday, lost quite a few fish, said it was the worst day of his life. He should have had 25 pounds and he only had 17.
The Prince of Polka, Jay Securat, weighs into Polka every day. But he said, beginning of this tournament, he said, I missed 2 cuts in a row. Last time I missed 2 cuts in a row, I won the next event. So he's definitely put himself in contention this week.
He sure has. And it's interesting now that we're looking at the top 10 here on Championship Monday. Jay Securat is another angler that has really maximized just a few places down on that lower end of the lake. He said, I love to fish clear water. I'm going to stay down there. Most of the field, probably 70 of our 102 boats were mid-lake this week. A few a little farther up, a few a little farther down, but Jay Securat, one of those real close to the dam, in his comfort zone, clear water, a few places, and he's done a real good job mixing up baits and catching quality fish like that one.
Jay Securat, a former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. But we got one kid who is leading everything in bass fishing. And let me tell you a story. Came into this event so sick, Davey Height. Was really under the weather. Fishing, and anglers have to deal with that all the time. Went to the gas station on the canceled day. Got himself some gas, went back to the truck, picked up his phone. 2 hours later, he wakes up. Everybody's been that kind of sick. Well, that's what Trey McKinney said. He said this morning in takeoff, he said, I'm sorry if anybody wanted gas, but I wasn't really in control, and he's feeling good now.
Yeah, he definitely is feeling better. Has a scarf off for the first time this week. That's certainly a good sign that he's been able to get well here this week, and good for him. Trey McKinney has done a good job also just focusing on blueback herring spawning type places with the bigger fish on. He's been around these 3 to 5 pound fish. A lot of anglers spent a lot of their tournament here fishing places that did not have that quality size fish on it, but Trey McKinney has certainly done a good job of focusing on those places with the bigger fish.
Talked about him earlier, the second of the 2 Bethel alumnus competing in this event, and both former Strike King College Bass champions, and that's Cody Huff.
Cody Huff, speaking of big fish, this morning on live caught him a 7-pounder, a little over 7 pounds on top water. Absolutely incredible. He said, I haven't had a bite like that in a very, very long time. Championship Monday catching a 7+ on top water. Shows you truly how great Lake Murray is. All the pressure that it's gotten from multiple tournaments, and this being the final day of an elite and still able to catch 7-pounders on top water, shows you what a great fishery this is. There's the big one right there.
Come here. Come here. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
That makes Mondays way better.
What a fish. Post-spawn 7+ pounder. That fish is 8 pounds easy just a couple months ago. And that gift that keeps on giving, the blueback herring, keeps coming up on the point that he's on, and he was able to put one in a live well, didn't even get to stand back up before he made another cast and hooked up again on another top water lure. That's some fun stuff. I've gotten quite a few texts from people, different parts of the country, saying, you sure got some kind of lake there in South Carolina, being able to catch those kind of fish day in and day out.
You know, I've always learned you want to learn the truth about something, just say it in live and somebody will correct you. Mark Menendez let me know, and I did know this but didn't put 2 and 2 together because he's kind of one of those older young men. Will Davis Jr., also a Bethel alumnus, But enough about that. Let's talk about the guy who is decimating this tournament, Davey Height.
Patrick Walters. Do you remember? Oh, he's working on the mustache. Come on.
Styling and profiling on Championship Monday.
Do you remember an elite tournament where the first angler to weigh in led and never gave up the lead all the way through the 4 days? Not one time?
I want to say
the first one to weigh in?
Ish Monroe in Okeechobee that one time, but I'm not certain. But, I mean, it's very rare that it happens,
very
obviously.
Rare. Sure is. I'm sure somebody will correct you if that's not right.
Yeah.
on your phone. But very rare certainly is. And Patrick Walters able to get it done early every single day. That's why he was the first one in line on day one. He put it in neutral about 9 o'clock, 9:30, started combing his hair and his mustache and all those things. Hey, he's just having a time. He's having fun. He's having fun.
I'll tell you what, that mustache needs some combing. I mean, it is a disheveled mess, but trying to catch this guy is not going to be an easy thing. And hey, while we keep making jokes about being corrected, I am thankful that Mark Menendez sent that to me. Sure. And feel free to reach out at any time, Mark Menendez. Hope you got home safe. But let's head out on the water right now with Jay Shakurat. And just 3 years into his career, he seems so old now. It's so weird with Trey McKinney and stuff like that. Remember Jay Shakurat when people were like, he'll never be beaten for the youngest winner ever? Well, that
lasted about a year and a half.
Yeah, it didn't last long. He's hooked up live.
First cast. First cast with the Z2. I kept throwing that dang drop shot in there. I knew it looked like a better fish. I don't know if it'll help, but it might be a 3. Yeah, he's pretty fat. Yeah, look at that. Dead center. Didn't even make it down 5 feet. Just inhaled it. Might be a 3. It's got a gut on him. Oh, heck yeah. 3 1/4. Haha.
3 1/4.
Yeah.
So there's still a few fish here at Lake Murray that have not spawned, but the majority of them definitely have. Some of these fish spawned long enough ago, and they've been on these blueback herring. They look pre-spawn again. That's because some spawned back in mid-late March, and it's really incredible how beautiful most of these fish are.
Well, here he is, your tournament leader, styling and profiling here on Championship Monday. And all I have to say is,
dragging a big worm now. Been a great day. It's so I'm dragging a Carolina rig. There's a bunch of fish here. The activity level's gone way down, which it lasted a lot longer than it has been. It's the last 2 days. It's been going till 9:30. So we've had a great day. We're honestly just trying to catch another big one. So that's why we're just dragging the sea rig. Got a big trick worm on it. Ooh.
Here you go. Here you go. Oh.
Dave, you ever do any personal grooming during a final day of competition?
Never. Maybe I should have, but I never did. I never did.
I think these fish just got done spawning.
Never crossed my mind, to be honest with you, to comb my hair midway through the final day of an Elite Series event. Never, ever crossed my mind.
Little known fact, Clifford Perch brushes his teeth every day right when he checks in.
Well, I'm sure you appreciate
and
that.
I
being
do
the MC.
appreciate it. I mean, big bonus points from me.
There's another big reason Patrick Walters has done so well this week. He's been able to, when he wanted to, catch fish after 8:30 or 9 o'clock. It's very, very difficult for a lot of these other anglers to do that.
Not very happy, Davey. Not very happy at all. I mean, Patrick Walters was combing his hair, doing all sorts of fun stuff with Tommy and Zona, and now he's hardly talking.
Hardly talking. We need to. I'll text Brian Evie and get him going again.
Well, he is one of your South Carolina brethren. Atop the leaderboard with 90 pounds, 3 ounces, continues to gain on his lead. Cody Huff having a tremendous day, but Patrick to gain on his lead. We're going to follow the action all day long. Championship Monday. It is the best day of the week. Well, I like Championship Sundays better, but hey, I mean, I got to stay in South Carolina an extra day.
Wow, that's a good thing for sure. As long as it doesn't rain on us. It's wanting to a little bit now. But hey, it'll be fun, and Patrick Walters and the other 9 anglers are going to catch some more fish today, whether it rains or not.
It has rained down greatness on us this week. We've seen the northern lights and everything. We'll be right back. Oh, looky there, Davey Height. The nice thing about on-location coverage is you really get to feel and experience the weather, and it looks like we might have some weather heading this way.
It does look like we've got some headed this way. Luckily, looking at the map there of Lake Murray, you can see it just a little right of center screen there. It is raining a little farther down the lake than us right at this moment. So luckily, we're at Drury Island State Park.
That your TH Marine Weather Watch. And you see right now, partly cloudy, 74 degrees, 9-mile-an-hour wind, 20% chance of rain, but the radar says different.
Yeah, I would say it's a little more than 20% chance of rain when you look at that radar right there. Hey, you don't want to be a bass fisherman? Be a weatherman.
Well, hey, that was an official weather forecast from TH Marine, and proven that it's a real weather forecast, there is some confusion involved in it. But one thing that is not confusing is hooked up right now, but Trey McKinney, your reigning EQ Bassmaster Angler of the Year, caught these during the break.
This is a big
sir.
When you hear the lines sing. Oops.
Did I just call him Trey McKinney?
I wasn't going to correct you.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. I bet my phone's about to blow up. JT Tompkins. Nice gams.
Solid chartreuse, soft plastic jerkbait there. Haven't seen much of that. JT Tompkins, one angler that has been catching a lot of his weight, the fish that he actually brings to the scale in the afternoon. Maybe the chartreuse soft plastic jerkbait is the key. Haven't seen, I guess maybe Trey McKinney a little bit with the chartreuse, and JT Tompkins, solid chartreuse, soft plastic swim bait there. Good fish.
I can tell you, everyone calling us live scopers, I haven't seen hardly any of the ones today eat on live scope. Like that one, another live scope. Let's go. Fatty.
Good ones. Good ones, good ones. Those fish are a little deeper than most of the fish we've seen caught on Bassmaster Live here this week. I know exactly where he's at, and he's throwing out there a little deeper
That's how
than
important angles are here. You switch angles.
where most of these fish have been caught.
Those 2 fish catches from during our break, but let's get out to him live
started
right
off the
now.
morning pretty slow, you know, missing a good bit of fish and stuff, but able to turn around later in the day, put up on a few places, caught a couple 3.5s, and you know, got ourselves about the average bag, and now we just need a kicker. I think our biggest one's 396 on the scales, and our smallest is like 340. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if we can get a 5-pound kicker, it'll make things a lot
easier going the rest of the day. But we've yet to break the 5-pound mark this week at Murray, and I feel like today's the day to do it. We got a little bit of clouds, a little bit of rain, and we got plenty of schools of fish to do it on. And you know, we're around them. We just gotta put it in front of the right one that's willing to bite and get it in the boat whenever they do bite. So we'll see what happens. But no, it's been a fun day. Anytime you're on Lake Murray or fishing in general, when you get to do this for a living, it's truly a blessing. I mean, and especially on Murray. I mean, this is one of the best fisheries in the southeast whenever it's going on. And you know, it's tough this week, and most people are looking at the weights like, I don't understand how it's tough. Well, this is tough for Murray. You know, I've seen it where it takes 25 pounds a day to do about anything here when the herring bite is really good. And then it takes about 17 a day just to get anywhere close to the top 50, especially last year. I mean, 18 pounds was mediocre last year. So the big ones are out here. It's just tough. So we're around 20, 25 pound bags all day. It's just putting it in front of the right one that wants to bite. And that's the whole thing this week, is trying to do that. And that's what we're going to do the rest of the day.
He talked this morning, really cool conversation. He talked this morning about fishing's a full-time job. He said, I look at it every day like I'm going to the factory. He said, whether it's at an event, before an event, he said, every day I punch that clock in the morning. Tonight, he said it is a 365-day-a-year job, and he's very committed to making it happen. Another one of those amazing rookies, John Garrett. And this happened earlier today as well.
Patrick Walters mentioned that it's a full-time job and you have to commit to it, and I think that's certainly the right attitude.
The old saying, iron sharpens iron. And dang, it's cool to see
suckers can pull
how the anglers are pushing each other.
Yes.
At every level.
Well, you know, we have an off limits, but we talk about what I think, and we've talked about this quite a bit, what I think has made these anglers so great is the amount of knowledge they have at their fingertips, history of the lakes, baits, and those sort of things. And if you spend your off-limits period where you can't be on that lake, researching that lake, learning about that lake, then that's doing your job. And to be quite honest, there are a lot of anglers that do not do that, choose to not do that. And, hey, that's cool, but this guy we're looking at right here, the last couple we've had the camera on, they do that. They research, they are learning when they can't be on the water. And 20 years ago, that was very, very hard to do. Very, very hard to do because you just didn't have all the information that you have now and the access to it.
How's that fish go? How's it help you?
Yeah.
Kobe shot 1,000 free throws every day of his life.
Wow. Yeah.
And look at all
Great point. Yep.
Now out with John Garrett live.
Yeah, we are switching it up. Haven't got a herring bite in a while, and just trying to build on my bag a little bit by doing something different. And got a good one. At least looks decent right here. Been trying to catch for a little while. About to give up on her though. But no, man, great day. Great fishing day. I mean, I don't have a good bag or anything, but beautiful day to be on the water. Championship Monday. Talked to my buddy Cody. He caught a big bag. Happy for that. And yeah, just enjoying my day. Can't ask for anything better. Fishing on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we're all chasing bass on a Monday when everybody else is sitting in the office. So man, it's a blessing to do what we do. Loving every minute of it. But right now we are scoping for individual fish, kind of off of points, around some cane and brush. Just trying to switch it up. I did this a little bit yesterday afternoon and caught a couple good ones and had some good opportunities. So we'll do this for a little while, see how it works. But
how nice is it to hear that attitude?
It's great. It's great. We've heard that from a couple of anglers. Of course, when you're catching fish, it is easier to have that attitude. I mean, that's just human nature. But
can't get her.
I think John Garrett has had that attitude for a long time and will continue to have it for a long time.
Except my bait.
He works really hard to get here. Several shots at the opens and so close so many times. 1 point, a culling infraction, so many things that have happened in his career. And I talked to him about it this morning, and he's one that everybody's expected. They actually expected to see him a lot sooner. But he made it through the Bassmaster EQ Opens last year, and it feels like he has made an impact right away, obviously winning his third event. But a look at the next class coming in, which JT Tompkins said again this morning, if you think this rookie class is good, wait till you see the next one. And you look at some of those names, and not really rookies.
No, certainly a handful of them are not rookies.
An incredible group of anglers atop that leaderboard, and has been there for most of the year, is Canada's Evan Kung. Dakota Bear chasing him down. Easton Fothergill. Lake Murray, beautiful Columbia, South Carolina. This incredible footage brought to you by Garmin. Thank them for their support. This week at the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, and that'll look of your leaderboard. Patrick Walters, 90 pounds, 3 ounces. Davey Height, you said that is much more than almost anybody predicted.
Well, the 90 pounds, 3 ounces, maybe not, because a lot of people picked on the high side like I did. I said in the 80s. But Patrick's 90 pounds, 3 ounces, as we all know that keep up with Patrick's weights, that would probably be closer to 95 pounds. So we'll see it weigh in.
Well, last year, our eventual champion, Drew Benton, came from 10th on the final day, and Ed Loughran started the day in 10th place, now worked his way up to 7th and hooked up live.
He's really not that big. He thinks he's big, though. Definitely help. That's good. Get more than an ounce or two at least.
Ed had a big day yesterday to move into the top 10. Catching a lot of his fish later in the day, not staying with the blueback herring spawning deal all day long, switching up, throwing a drop shot a little deeper, and it's paid off for him yesterday, and certainly doing the same for him today.
I asked him this morning, was the drop shot a plan going into this? Why did you avoid the blueback bite for the majority of your fish? And he said, I didn't avoid the blueback bite. The blueback bite avoided me.
Yes.
What's that? Yeah. So I've got one small fish that I'd like to get rid of. Had a little flurry this morning. Since then it's been kind of slow. Hit a couple of different spots that I hadn't fished this week. Those didn't really work out. So now I'm going to start for the last couple of hours running some of the stuff that I have caught fish on. They seem to bite better in the afternoon. There's a little flurry in the morning and then one in the afternoon, probably starting at about 1 o'clock. So I'm going to try to be on some of the stuff where I've caught some decent ones in another 15 or 20 minutes. I'm just going to fish this point out and then move on back in the creek a little bit.
Let's head up the lake and hook up with Brock Mosley. Fishing his 16th Bassmaster top 10, a 5-time Classic qualifier, and of course we saw him win his first Elite Series title after 5 close seconds. He got sealed the deal last year in Orange, Texas.
Had to be tough there. Everyone was glad to see him hold a blue trophy over his head, because 5 second place finishes is not what you want before you get a victory.
He actually said this morning, "I'm shooting for second. It's been a while since I've had one."
Yeah, that's the right way to look at it. Second's better than third, and every place behind that. It truly is. Brock Mosley real close to the dam, down on the lower end. He's been spending a lot of his time farther down than most anglers, but he's only a mile or two from the Lake Murray Dam down there. Surprised with the overcast that he's not still throwing a square bill up really, really shallow. It's been something that he needed shade for. So
better than mine. It's not been a good day.
With no clouds, he would have to abandon the shoreline cranking. Having a little slower day for sure, but hey, if you're going to have a slow day, this is the day to do it. You
better with the cloud
not
cover.
drop down very far.
They have not. For me, anyway. Hadn't really seen any schooling today. Of course, haven't really been able to get on my schooling spots today either, which is frustrating. I figured today the lake would fish a little bigger with only 10 of us out here, but it's actually fished smaller. So go figure.
Well, that's not so uplifting.
Well, that's bad rotation, I think the anglers like to call it, because there's a lot less people on this lake today than there has been last year. But it only takes one to be on your favorite spot for it to be frustrating. There is honestly people fishing on this lake 365 days a year. It's a little slower on Mondays than it is on Saturdays and Sundays, but there's always anglers fishing. It's one of the best fisheries in the country. You got to expect that.
Brock Mosley not going according to plan. But as we've seen here this week, that can change in a hurry.
Yes.
And so can we, Davey Height.
Yes, yes.
Let's go see Cody Huff, a 3-time Classic qualifier and a former Strike King College Bass champion. And one that long before he got here, the one and only Rick Clunn targeted and said, this is one you have to watch. And he has lived up to that hype.
Certainly had a great year starting out with a good finish at the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, man, that big one this morning was what we knew we had to have to at least, have a chance at catching a bag to run down Patrick. I mean, if you don't have a big one like that, you just can't get there. So I mean, we've got all the fixings to catch a really big bag. We just need to get one more of those great big ones, and I feel like we'll be up there where he's got to catch him at least, I feel like we're definitely still behind, but, you know, we're on the right track. I mean, it's all, we're doing the right thing. We just got to catch a few more of those great big ones. I mean, when you're in a hole like we were, you know, there's just no other option but to catch a giant bag to make a comeback.
Certainly has made a comeback. Up to second place.
Well, one fish made a big, big difference for Cody Huff this morning, and I know that music.
I know that music. Power pole replay of the day. Going to stay with Cody Huff for right now because this morning he caught that fish that he'd been looking for all week long. Every angler here has been looking for that fish. 7+ pounder on top water, dancing beside the boat for Cody Huff. And this is a very long post-spawn fish. This is a fish that certainly was 8 pounds just a couple months ago. Take a look at that fish. Just a beautiful post-spawn fish. And might be our new big bass. It's going to be within an ounce or two of taking over the big bass of the week. Look at that. Oh, how much fun is that? Top water, Championship Monday. Power pole replay of the day, Cody Huff.
I'm voting for it. It should be Phoenix Boats Big Bass. Topwater bass should be worth more, if you ask me.
Yes.
New rule, not official. It's officially unofficial, like everything I say. But if you ask me, topwater fish should be worth more. And that is a major reason that is our power pole replay of the day. And as Cody Huff said, I just need a few more bites like that.
Yes.
The crazy thing is he's had this day, and Patrick has widened his lead margin, and you basically called him a liar a little while ago and said he's got more than what we're saying.
It feels very much like Patrick Walters' fall of the year victory at Lake Fork. Just people behind him having the best day of the week, and he still just continued to add to his lead.
I mean, there's other things Patrick can win today. I mean, why not just crack a century belt? I know you're saying you think he's light. If he can be 5 pounds light, and if he can cull up another 5 pounds, he'll become the Elite Series Pro with the most century belts. Him and Steve Kendi tied at 3 century belts each, active Elite Series pros. So, hey, maybe somebody needs to light a little bug in Patrick's ear.
So that's pretty cool info there, Dave Mercer. Patrick Walters, still in his 20s, would have the most century belts, even being tied for it right now. Let's just go on that because he is that now. That just shows what a career he has had. He's got a few more century belts in front of him, I do believe. If not today, many, many more in the future. Maybe not many, many more, but gosh, it'd be hard to think he won't have, 5, 6 in his career. That'd be incredible.
I heard the old stat rat Ronnie Moore say this morning that he will, if he pulls this off with the winnings from this event, he will be just outside the top 50 in earnings in Bassmaster history. And he's been around 6 years.
I was going to say 6 years, yeah. That's what I thought. 6 years.
Again, that's
man, you can't make no money bass fishing.
Yeah. He does all right.
I'd say he does all right. I'd say he does just fine.
Does nothing when he's on camera for us, though. I mean, nothing.
Well, he combs his hair and his mustache.
No, just in highlights. I mean, he's literally, I've seen his back the whole time, hardly talked. Me and him are going to have a word on the stage today.
On us. You saw that? Hey, come on over here. You ain't got to use binoculars.
Thought I heard one.
Well, spectators
see if we can get them fired
out on Lake Murray, being nice, keeping their distance and using binoculars.
That's nice. Speaking of nice,
caught that little one and had that little one in school.
Shooting me the correction bombs. Iconelli also has 3 century belts.
Okay.
Sorry.
Crazy how smart they get.
As I said, everything I say is officially unofficial.
It's much easier if you do like me and you don't read text when you're doing live. I read all my corrections later normally. But you're on top of things a lot better than me for sure.
No, I just have ADD. I have a hard time focusing on my job, Davey. That's all. One of the best moments of this tournament was yesterday. Right beside Lee Livesey was Kyle Patrick. And for no apparent reason whatsoever, he fell in the water. Like, I don't know why he fell in the water, but he fell in the water. And Lee looked at him, and it's on Bassmaster social media, so go check it out. And his response was golden. He just repeatedly said, yes, yes.
So I don't know the story, but it just sounds too good for me not to say. You can't officially be a hole jumper until you jump in the lake, can you?
I want to see it. Yeah, yeah. Can we see a replay of it?
I honestly, Kyle Patrick, if you're listening, I don't have a clue. I'm not accusing you of that. It was just too good to pass up.
I mean,
to say
literally
something like that.
Jumped in his hole. In defense of him, his recovery was strong. I mean, when he bounds back into the boat, he's surprisingly athletic. I mean, not that he looks unathletic.
I mean, you can't be a hole jumper if you just fall in the lake. You've got to jump. You got to be athletic, don't you?
I guess. Well, you know what? Let's not just talk about it. Let's have a look at it.
Oh, do they have that?
Yes, we've got technology. We can make things happen.
Here we go. Here we go. I hear the sound.
Yes. Yes.
So Lee's just fishing.
Oh, my God. Yes. Thank you, Kyle.
Watch him recover here. Like a puma. Leaps over his rods.
I went to step.
Oh, we got, hey, how can that not be Power Pole replay of the day?
Of the year.
Oh, he even tries to hang on. He's standing on his trolling motor cable.
There's no reason for him to fall in. He's just...
I'm telling you, you can't be a hole jumper without jumping in. He did not fall in. He jumped in.
A strong recovery. But the hole jumper literally jumped in.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Kyle Patrick, thank you for giving us a laugh here on Championship Monday.
Yeah, sometimes for no reason in particular, you just fall in. But what we're looking forward to is this afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com, the weigh-in. It'll all go down there. And the man who has resided in the Yeti hot seat since day number 1, Patrick Walters, with a big lead. But you never know when someone will hole jump you.
That was classic.
This has been fun. We'll be back.
Here we go. It's Bassmaster Live. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. This is Championship Monday, sponsored by Garmin. Got a couple more hours of live fishing to bring you. Going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time, check-in time there, Dreher Island State Park. And the winner will be decided. And as you see, the unofficial standings right now, Patrick Walters doing everything he can to hang on and close this thing out today if it's at all possible. He's got a pretty good start on that, with a 10-pound plus lead over Cody Huff and the rest of his competitors out there. So,
yes,
we have had a great tournament here, punctuated especially in the mornings by these guys really cracking them on the blueback herring who are in the spawning condition. And I want to ask you this question. Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Suchukon in here. These places where they spawn are well known, pretty much. Every one of these anglers knows places to go. It's getting the timing right, it seems to be. When to land where to start.
Well,
that sort of thing, huh?
It's the one thing that's obvious in this tournament is a lot of the guys that are in your top 10 today that you're watching, except for who's dominated this tournament, Patrick Walters, they have one or two core areas that they'll let one rest, go back to it, let it rest, and they'll bounce off of two areas. Patrick Walters has had free reign of this entire lake, and you always hear before a tournament, timing is the number one key. His timing has been flawless, and why I say it's been flawless, when he is on an area where there are only 2-pounders, a lot of times that'll draw the rest of the field in where they're like, let me just, I'm going to weed through this. So he has pulled his trolling motor up and left within 20 minutes. And the other thing about Patrick Walters, and not only this performance, I was watching Ronnie up at the Screen of Knowledge, is I don't do the fantasy fishing thing, but when there is a heavyweight tournament, that dude needs to be on your team because, look, two out of 3 tournaments that are going to take 100 pounds to win, he is either going to win it or be in contention.
All right. Also in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, Ronnie Moore. We've been talking about his career. I mean, even if he hadn't won here, he's still got one of the top careers going, for sure.
Yeah, his career arc is off on the right foot for being 5 full seasons in the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this is something we've seen growing. You know, we think about Trey McKinney's hot start to his Elite Series career, how many eyeballs and the pressure on him, learning and navigating this stage of fishing as a young man. We saw that with Patrick Walters in college a little bit, and then the Opens, a lot of pressure, a lot of anticipation. When he got to the Elite Series, people might have thought, hey, he's a little goofy, hey, he's this or that. He is a game player.
He is that, too.
He is that.
He is that.
He actually loves what he does for a living, which is crazy, but Patrick is one of the best guys on earth to be around.
Yes.
And he takes his job very serious, but he also knows how to have fun within it. And I think that stress-free allows him to be a little more dominant than others who maybe when the situation gets tight, they may act a little different. This week, being comfortable at Murray, he's been able to run game plans with no pressure.
He has turned into, number one, the biggest sandbagger on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Like, he's starting to rival Denny Brower turf, Greg Hackney turf. There is no truth involved in anything.
That's the upper echelon.
Look, you've accomplished something. But the other thing, I was talking with Mike McInnes about this, you don't see an Angler of the Year title under his belt yet, but that is coming.
Gosh, yeah.
When he actually, look, Patrick is a young dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a young guy.
31, maybe 30, 29.
He gets to his mid-30s and really has a lot of looks at these lakes and bodies of water that we go to over and over. He's going to hang that up. And the other thing about him that other anglers that have done this for 20, 30, 40 years, he puts titles away when there's veterans, superstars that still have never held a title.
Yeah. To both of you guys, this kind of wild and crazy guy persona that he has there kind of hides a fierce competitive streak.
And a hard worker as well. Yep. Like Z says, if he ends up winning a few AOYs, he could end his career or something, just thinking about it, 2 or 3 AOYs with another 7 top 5s in AOYs, something we're so close, but that's going to be a resume. But we talk about the guys who got second 5 times like Brock Mosley. When he finally breaks through, now you have a big resume. Yeah. This is what Walter's career has been.
There have been other anglers in years past when we did the fantasy fishing that you would never pick, that were superstars, but you would never pick them because they would BS their way out of you ever picking them. And Patrick Walters would be at the top of the list. Exhibit A.
There you go. Mike Such, we missed you the last couple of days, Such. I mean, it's been tough without you. What have you been chewing on in the 2 days you've been out here? What have you been thinking about?
But look at all these guys. The fishing in the morning shutting off, and the guys who have figured out something in the afternoons, the JT Tompkins type of guys, and Cody Huffs, who's caught, this would be his 3rd bag over 20 pounds. The only other one is Walters. Cody Huff's in 2nd. He doubled his money today pretty much with the big bass coming from 7th to 2nd place. He stays there.
Let's just trench in. Let's just trench in. Can we just hang in the studio the rest of the time?
We still got time.
We got to move on. We got to get it. We got to get on something very, very important.
Yes.
It is our own.
Yes.
It is our own Bassmasters midday report.
That's right.
To let you know what's been going on out there today. If you're just kind of picking up with us, we're going to take a look at our top 5 anglers in action today.
Trey McKinney.
No relation.
No relation to Trey McInnes. I did meet him a while back. Trey McKinney, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And you kind of had that vibe. The battle for 2nd place was going to come down to the 2 rookie roommates, Trey McKinney and JT Tompkins. Well, that has not happened today. Sad to say, this has been the lightest day of the week. Trey McKinney said he has learned a lot here, learned a lot about blueback herring fishing. 5th place right now. Unofficially sitting with just under 75 pounds. Most of his work throughout the tournament, chartreuse soft plastic jerkbait and a riser style hard bait. Another top finish for your Angler of the Year leader, Trey McKinney.
getting everything done on all levels this year is Trey McKinney. Jay Security, Dave Mercer said he was our Rookie of the year before last. Now he seems like one of the old guys, part of the establishment now.
Well-traveled.
Yeah. Jay Security. Great classic this year as well, and absolutely.
All righty, let's keep on plowing, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, okay.
Jay Security. A lot of his work with schooling fish in the morning, but that has not been his primary weapon. Really a bit of northern love, even though we're still seeing him some schooling fish early here. A lot of his work has been done with that right there. Strike King filler worm on a drop shot, just kind of fishing northern style from 3 all the way out to 12 feet of water. And that's the one thing that you have seen in this tournament. This lake does cater to anglers that have a lot of history, either with bass that just chase forage, being shad, gizzard shad, or northern style clear lakes. You're just gonna go plink a drop shot around, you might fare pretty well here on Lake Murray this week.
JT Tompkins having a good season. Of course, was a top qualifier through the EQs to make it here to the elites this year and having another good tournament.
Exactly. It's only his 7th time on Lake Murray. Yesterday would have been stop number 6 for JT Tompkins. Might see that number grow a little bit. Seems like he knows a lot about this lake for only being here 6 times. He's been fairly flawless, fishing a riser style bait and a chartreuse soft plastic jerk bait, just like his roommate, sharing a little bit of love. Nothing illegal about that. JT Tompkins and JT Kenny pretty much throwing the exact same stuff around the Shoal Island area. Only problem is JT Tompkins a little bit light today, sitting on about 18 pounds of bass. One thing you could say though about the rookie class, they definitely are for real and here for probably a very long while, Tom Sanders.
Cody Huff came out here ready to play today. That is for sure. He got busy early.
He did. Kind of sat down right on him. Cody Huff starting early this morning. Really one major area that he has been catching a lot of his meat. If he just wouldn't have slipped up on day number 2, catching a little bit over 13 pounds, Such nailed it, studied the numbers, over 20 pounds every single day.
And it seems like on those days, day 2 and day 3 that were tough for a lot of the field, Walters had that baseline 20-pound bag, and that's the only thing that hurt Cody Huff. Was a lot of these guys, that was their good day, or if everything went right, they got 20, maybe 21. When he didn't have everything go right, he ends up with 13 or 14 pounds.
Throwing a new topwater bait from Rapala, him and your leader, Patrick Walters. Rapala, get ready, Sanders.
Okay.
Jowler.
Getting
it done with that. Really, it's been primarily on this one little spot for Cody Huff. Ooh. A lot of experience fishing for bass that chase bait fish on Table Rock. Not quite as big as well, I shouldn't say that. There were some big stringers caught on Table Rock earlier this year.
Most of them by that guy.
I don't want to take the arrows unnecessarily.
Don't do it.
Good day for Cody Huff.
Good
big
season.
stringer red. Great season.
Moved into top 5, Tommy, in Angler of the Year. And that's not even counting a 3rd place at the Bassmaster Classic, which was no points, but another great event for him this year.
His best year by far so far in his career.
What we expected of Cody from the get-go, right?
Like a little
this
slower
yes.
start than we thought.
100%.
Gotten it going full speed right now, and full speed for 6 years now. Is this young man perfectly groomed for the job and ready to go today for the 4th day in a row. He has led every minute of this tournament. I'll just say that.
The state trooper has been on parole all week long. That is so bad, actually. Tommy, let's talk about it.
Dole out parole.
Again, throwing a Rapala Jowler topwater bait, Zoom Super Fluke, and mixing in a little bit of a mid-size Zoom Brush Hog on a Carolina rig, and another little naughty, sneaky bait that he has caught a lot of bass on. He don't want to talk about it. We've seen it here and there. It's a fluke-ish style, sort of a soft plastic jerk bait. That's about all I'm going to say about that. Clean it up, boy. Clean it up. And we wondered what Patrick Walters could do if he dropped the clutch. Well, now we know. We wondered if the area right around Dreher Island is all he had in his back pocket. No. As a matter of fact, no, it wasn't. We have him with about 23 pounds, and you can consider that about, say, 26. That is your Bassmaster Midday report.
Killed it. Get out to John Garrett. Oh, there he is.
Stay on.
Hooked up. John Garrett.
I think that's a big one. Thought those were stripers out there. Don't you do. Oh, that's a big one. Just the bottom hook. You'll give me a chance. Nope. Come on. All right. I mean, just by one hook.
Good one right there for John Garrett, throwing what is called a striking evader, similar to the
That's a
riser.
little better there.
Has a bill that goes upwards.
Old bulge eye. It's about as long as Ronnie Moore and as thick as Mark Zona.
Whoa, easy cow. Whoa, I worked out all weekend, bro.
Yeah, you know.
All weekend.
Built like Winnie the
no
Pooh.
no good deed goes unpunished.
Combined, we're built like Winnie the Pooh. I don't know.
Let's see.
I don't,
Number 4.
you and I are not combined in any way, shape, or form on earth.
Biggest shield.
We have had a lot of questions on that riser style bait, like that evader that he was just throwing. Basically what it is, if you imagine a jerk bait, a small hard bait, lip points upwards and actually swims up towards the surface instead of diving.
Will Davis.
Ain't no giant, but definitely cool. I said he'll bite if I can never get on him.
Boy, he has made the jerkbait last bite work really well the last 2 days.
$2.8. I'm gonna call out number 2.
Still biting.
Still biting. Cloud cover stays on. The bite remains. Anglers are getting the job done all day long. Take a look right now at some of the action from the Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series. Kayak Series, matter of fact, they got a big tournament coming up next weekend on Lake Guntersville.
What?
Lake Guntersville. You think they're going to be throwing some frogs?
Christine Fisher is going to win. She's going to get 2 victories this season across the country.
Now get this, they start fishing at 5:15 in the morning. They are done by 1:15 in the afternoon. They can launch from any approved,
sweating.
Any approved landing.
Telling me no sweating.
No sweating. Yeah, you can sweat. But going to go ahead and march yourself to the QR code with your phone. Take a snap of it and investigate for yourself all the opportunities available. The Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series. Might be pleasantly surprised, and we will be right back. Back live at Lake Murray, South Carolina. What an incredible place. What a big hit this place has been with the Bassmaster Elite Series events the last 2 years, 23 and 24, after a long absence. We want to thank Capital City, Lake Murray. Just a great local host here, making everything happen, giving us a great hospitable place to bring these anglers the best in the world. We had to change the schedule, and still they have been perfectly okay with everything that we have done here, and we are more than okay with their fantastic lake. Capital City, Lake Murray Country, our local host, Patrick Walters, still on top, still with a substantial lead right there. He has been in the lead since the very start of this tournament 4 days ago. All right, now there is someone at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I think it's Ronnie Moore.
What's up, brothers? We're at the Screen of Knowledge, the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we're winding down the tournament, obviously. And Luke Palmer probably thought yesterday when he had a 7-4 blow up on his topwater, I've got the big bass of the tournament. Not only am I going to get an extra paycheck, but maybe for the people who had faith in me and picked me for Lake Murray, I would reward them with bonus points. That might not be the case, though, because in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing this week, a little bit of a switch up. We knew the history of Lake Murray. Last time we were here, a 7-11 on day 3. We also had some of the biggest bags of the tournament on day 3. Not the biggest bag, though. It'll probably play out just like it did last year. Biggest bag of the tournament on the final day, biggest bass of the tournament on day 3. The same thing is transpiring today as the biggest bass of the tournament, Luke Palmer 7-4, is now being threatened. We saw Cody Huff catch this 7-3 according to his scale earlier this morning. It could take over for the big bass of the tournament. And so for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, what does that mean? If you trusted Luke Palmer, who was a very affordable bucket D, he was down in the 60s in Angler of the Year. You pick him for your bucket D, where he's normally never at. He's always in bucket A or B. He rewards you with a good event this week. Bonus points possibly, but if you chose Cody Huff, who was in bucket A, the top bucket, then you might get rewarded today at the weigh-in. So we'll keep an eye out for the biggest bag of the tournament, 25-8, Patrick Walters, day 1. Last year, we had some big bags early in the week. It was broken on the final day by Drew Benton, so expect much of the same. Probably Cody Huff, probably Patrick Walters, both going to break that today.
I was expecting those Luke Palmer points. He is on my team, Ron.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
Good
now you're
choice.
saying it could get all could evaporate
Good choice.
before my eyes.
I think he has. I think
You
he
were
moved.
counting on him, Tommy. Okay.
Yeah, I know, I'm counting on him.
If I remember correctly, Palmer moved from 64th to 44th in AOI.
In AOI, yes.
Yeah,
So he's
yeah,
just
big
outside
move.
the Classic now.
But you're right. I still thought he was a bargain there.
Oh, of course.
Bucket D.
I said that a few weeks ago when I got Greg Hackney in bucket D. You're never going to get Greg Hackney in
Yep.
bucket D again.
That's
You
right.
better pick him. And then he moves up. Now he's in bucket B, right where he should be, bucket A, the rest of the year.
Cody Huff's best finish with the Elite Series was a second place at Pickwick, 22. He is in second place right now.
We're working our way back to the boat landing. We're fishing the last couple groups right here. These fish have gotten hammered all week, but I know there's good ones mixed in. And if they just come up, we're kind of waiting on that afternoon bite to pick up. There's a lot right there. They will not look up. Wow.
Oh, and Patrick Walters, about a week or so after our final event on St. Lawrence, he will turn 30 years old.
Okay.
On August 30th, same day as Wesley Gore will turn 24, I believe.
Well,
Not even 30 yet.
What are you going to get him?
Oh, I got ideas.
For a man who has everything.
Yeah. On the fish. I can't believe how many fish have pulled out on these points since practice. I think when we got here, they were still spawning. Like, those got interesting. They were still, went shallow or something. And what fish were on the points had gotten beat up pretty bad. And that they finally, new fish had pulled out and they got easier to catch because they were fresh. That's the only way to, that kind of weight to catch. Because it has not been easy. Man, this place is crawling with them. Half of them might be gar though. Yeah,
Walters.
some gar right here in front of me.
Walters might be in need of a new trophy case, Ronnie.
Littered.
They just built a brand new house, so I hope they
already had one
some
built in.
forethought and built in a big one. Yeah.
Leave some openings. Yeah. He'll need them.
Life is good for Patrick Walters. Like you mentioned yesterday, his wife Emily's first Mother's Day. They had their boy Shep right before the season, and then he left for 19 weeks straight of tournaments where he probably cashed a check in all of them, and then he came back and now gets to win close to home before a month. Well, actually not a month off. He's going to fish later this week. So, has there ever been a person who's won 2 tournaments within the same, like within a 7-day span? Because us ending late, he could possibly win his tournament later this week.
Everybody. All
your
the friends and family supporting my lovely wife.
Everybody.
My mom and my dad for their support. You can't thank everyone enough. All my sponsors. It's been a great week. We've had a decent start to the season. Then we hit that Florida swing completely busted my chops. I mean, it was, I love Florida. We went there a little bit later and somehow, I don't know, I did not catch them. Made bad decisions, didn't fish clean. And that's how that goes. I mean, that's truly fishing. You can't catch them at every single tournament. And we got humbled even at the Classic, but no complaints about the Classic. I'd take a loss there any day for Hamner to squeak out that win. That still gives me chill bumps. So Hamner got his W. This year was just a Bassmaster Classic, small club tournament, you know. And hopefully we're going to be able to seal the deal for this today and get us the W. The house is doing pretty good so far this year. We'll take it. Darn right we'll take it.
Patrick Walters looking for all the world like he is going to be the man who holds up the trophy. At the end of the day, he's not going to get a century belt this time around, but he does own multiple century belts, that is for sure. First one came in the sort of short, rearranged season of 2020 on Lake Fork.
Exactly, I heard Dave and Davey talking about this yesterday, to do that on Lake Fork in the fall when a couple of locals said if somebody can crack the code on how to catch those suspended bass in the timber of Lake Fork, they would blow this thing away. Well, that's exactly what Patrick Walters did and really introduced us to the future collision of forward-facing sonar in that event. That's really what happened right there.
I remember how he sweated out on the final afternoon getting 100 pounds, too.
Yeah.
He really did, Such.
2020 at Texas Fest. And then 2021 at Lake Fork.
Yeah, going up against Lee Livesey right here in the same creek. Talked about it earlier in this tournament. Little Caney beat down if it was not for that day too, 15 pounds, but that 15 pounds was actually only on 2 bass that day. 2 bass is all he caught on day number 2 of that event. I don't know that, I'm just averaging out what they weighed the rest of the tournament for Patrick Walters. Yet another century belt on the same body of water.
Watch out, Fred.
And then we got to see him obviously win the last event of last season, 2023 at the St. Lawrence River, broke 100 pounds on smallmouth, became the first person to have a century club for both largemouth and smallmouth.
Right.
until Kyoya Fujita won at Toledo and broke 100 both ways.
That sucker tightened up on it. Healthy fish.
Not gonna help him.
So Z, it says
Yeah.
23 even. What do you actually think? Like, is he 25, 26? 26. So if we add 3 pounds to it, he'll be up by 13, 11, almost 14 pounds, and that'll put him right around the top 7 or 8 biggest margin of victories ever.
Wow.
And it would be our third, if he wins by 10 plus pounds today, it'll be our third straight Elite Series event won by double-digit pounds.
Wow.
John Garrett, Corey Johnston, and Patrick Walters.
Uh-oh.
Is McKinney hooked up?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a begging. That's a freaking begging. Come on, baby. I need you. I ain't here to play around. I think I got him hooked good. I think so. Come on. Get in this boat. Okay. All right, there we go. That's a grown one, son. That's a grown one. I think so. Well, he's not big. He shrunk a little bit. It's all right. Let's see. It definitely shrunk. Oh, it shrunk big time. I'll take it. Blue.
Just needs a couple ounces to move up one more spot. It's another $5 grand.
Not a very big coal, but I think we've had a decent day. I mean, we're going through.
Yeah, another chance to move up. That's right, Such.
The race for second.
No need shutting down because you're maybe thinking that win is out of reach. Trey McKinney, though, can certainly start thinking about a win in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year statistics at the end of the season. But as Ronnie pointed out, we're not there yet. We can't call that one yet.
Yesterday was a big day. That was the biggest single day move from first to second to third.
It's gone from single-digit lead to about, well, you could see the size of that lead right there. Trey McKinney on top. That very, very important season-long race. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, Lake Murray, South Carolina, final day. Championship Monday. This is the 5th of 9 events this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Going to pick up in a month with 2 events in Alabama. Each a week, actually 2 weeks apart. We'll have an EQ event in between there, Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma. So June will be full of bass fishing action for you, and then we'll wrap it up in August with our northern swing.
And I think we'll have our classic champ Justin Hamner as our guest for the Eufaula, Oklahoma.
It'll be a feather in your cap.
Spend 2 days with us here. Wait, it's not in my cap. You're here too, right? You're not leaving me again?
No.
Okay, you'll be here.
Unless
Unless you want to.
Emergency timber sports event or something like that. As Ronnie pointed out a little earlier at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, Cody Huff may be in contention for the big fish of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a look at that. That was a kind of a big moment this morning. Yeah.
Hey, it's a Skeeter Boat
there
Big
you
Fish
go.
Alert of 7.3 there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think it could be a couple ounces, 2 more ounces.
Going on? Demon voices in the background.
Yes.
I need some Lee Livesey yeses too whenever you have a big fish alert the rest of the season.
Yes.
Thank you. Ricky, spot on, but one more for everyone.
He's having a time.
Yes.
It's so pathetic. Is
Oh, we got to see it. I thought we were going to come see it.
area of Greer Island State Park has been, obviously, that has been a hornet's nest of big ones throughout this entire tournament. Fair to say
Lake Murray.
That sounded like David Lipke.
That is good stuff. That's what happens when Patrick Walters puts the tournament away in the first 19 minutes of competition
Of
on
day
the last
one.
day. Right, exactly.
We'll cut over to the other side in a minute, go fish that point. I'm hearing some stuff getting active. There's a lot of fish on these spots.
Good for Cody Huff digging out of that 13-pound day on day 2. I mean, we were really looking at Trevor McKinney and JT Tompkins to kind of fight for second place. It has been a Cody Huff beatdown here.
I think it was 5 pounds from second to 10th, and it was like 7 pounds from first to second. So everybody had 2 goals today. I would love to have a crazy day and possibly win, but otherwise we're all more fist fighting for second place.
What the cap is on this place. I just don't see anybody. I mean, 27 pounds would be max capacity. And we didn't do that today, but the fact that we already had an 8-pound lead, that we got enough that we ain't getting caught. Let's go peep-pop over there. I ain't going far. It's kind of nice having only 10 boats in the championship. It's like, where's everybody at? What if everybody else has got 30 pounds and they've already checked in? Still wouldn't matter. We ain't gonna go too far.
Patrick Walters pretty much waiting for weigh-in.
Yeah.
5 hours ago.
On camera or not, he talks to himself just like that.
Yes, he does.
Hypothetical.
Yes, he does.
It's very entertaining.
We had that little feature about his century belts, Lake Fork, a little earlier today. And I remember that second one there, 2021. Lee Livesey blowing that tournament away, absolutely blowing it out of the water. Patrick was not going to be able to catch it. Right. But it was so impressive. He got out there and he grounded out. I mean, he really, really worked hard that day. He could have
laid up,
just relaxed a little bit. But he was grinding hard, and he made that century belt. That was awesome.
It's a team that got out to a 21-0 lead, and instead of you rolling over, you made it a 60 to 45 game at the end, and you were still playing hard.
That counts for
and
something.
You could hear them yelling across the creek when Livesey is dropping one of the biggest bags of all time. It was very cool because they both also had overs. So when they pulled and beached up there at Lake Fork, the whole crowd for the weigh-in, instead of being in their seats at the stage, were standing on the shore as they each pulled out a big one in front of the whole crowd before weighing in. Very cool.
It was good stuff.
A second story with that, Tommy. Patrick actually started his track home after that event. instead of just staying the night and leaving in the morning. He drove 3.5 hours down the road and stayed at my house that night. And we watched the show back because remember he tripped over that cord and fell on the bottom of the floor and hurt himself. He had a giant bruise on his knee at the house. It was.
I forgot about that.
But we watched the whole show because it aired on Fox later that night as well. And so he was telling stories all night. It was very fun.
Look at that deer right there.
Ooh.
This is why I love bass fishing. This is America, okay? Bass fishing, white-tailed deers. I mean, let's film a TV show. I feel like Bill dancing. God damn, look at that. I mean, they are biting today. Look at that buck. Bucks and bass. Oh, it does not get any better than that.
That is a little buck right there. Look at him, little sprouter.
Sean,
Really, that might end up
here in the world.
If he's got that up already in May, that could end up a fine one. Lee Livesey, give it to me, Ricky.
Lake Murray.
Yes.
Wait.
That deer is throwing up a lot of stuff right there for May.
Spit it, spit it, spit it, spit it, spit it, spit it. He spit it, but it was like a pound and a half. I watched him eat it. He's just picking those bushes. So many fish right there. I know there's gonna be a big one in the group. Oh, he's still right there.
It's like we're headed to John Garrett, unless I missed the call here somehow. John Garrett, who did not do a lot of running around on the Harris chain. Very disciplined. Yeah.
Boy, he
had a limit spot, and he had a 75-yard shell bid. That was it.
We saw him on camera day 2, and he also had a tougher day and fell out of the camera range for day 3 this week, but same deal. He for the most part, he had one stretch of bank that he stayed on for most of the day, but as the weekend has transpired, he's been able to kind of find a couple other spots a little bit.
Looks like that thing just tried to get sucker bloody. There we go. Golly. Look at that thing. All over. It's a nasty one. Reminds me of my buddy Rob G. Built about the same.
Well, I mean, he is throwing some arrows.
He did.
Today. I'm telling you.
You weren't here for the Harris chain. He caught a catfish and said it looked exactly like me. And I was like,
Wow.
dang, I even got ready earlier that morning, took a shower and everything. Whoa, look at those houses. God.
Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. Sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance. All right, we are getting close to that 1 hour. We are at the 1 hour fishing time left point. So we got that for you live, though, when we come back. We are back. Patrick Walters, our tournament leader, on the move at the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite.
Trying to hold on.
Yeah, trying to hold. Like I said, just trying to hang in there and somehow pull this thing off.
Take a load off. Grab some wood, boy.
Yeah, you know, Patrick doesn't look particularly stressed right now.
It's an easy cruise right there, him and cameraman Brian Eden.
Pleasure trip.
Grab some wood, boy.
We'll end the day right here? Probably. I don't know. It's too early. I mean, it's just got me feeling frisky, you know.
All right.
I don't know what's going on in there sometimes, bud.
I'll tell you what.
5+ pounders before 9:30. You'll have you.
Yeah.
A couple screws have fallen out.
Let's get out to Patrick Walters. Just looking at our top 4 on the leaderboard, the average standing in the points for our top 4 is 6th place. No huge surprises.
Right.
And in the afternoons,
to the top.
we haven't done hardly anything in the afternoons. Any afternoon, really. And there is a lot of fish down there. Do what now? This week's been unbelievable. I mean, this is probably one of the most special weeks I've ever had because practice wasn't that good. I didn't come in expecting anything. I didn't feel dialed. They honestly weren't on some of the areas I wanted them to be on. So I was a little worried about it. I thought the fish were going to be so broke up and scattered that it'd be too tough to catch them. And every day we just kept getting lucky. I mean, we just made the right calls, started in the right times, right places, moved when we should have moved. I mean, truly, like even the first day we left that spot when it's like, man, maybe we should stay, because I mean, I caught a limit there in one good one, and I was like, this is better than it has been. I should hunker down, but we moved around and we cracked a bag that first day. Second day was a survival day, and every day we just moved into the fish. And that's why I think you can't get stuck on them. That's why I think we had such a lead that every day it went right. We made the right calls, moved at the right times, and when they're biting that dang fluke right there, it's game over. I'm telling you. That thing right there gets me fired up. That's all I want to do. When I catch them on a fluke, it's game on. That college tournament, that college national championship we won here on Murray, it was in April. Caught them all on the fluke. I mean, it's the most used bait out here, and it's pressured. I mean, you got to change how you fish it every year. I mean, I don't fish it anything like I did 2 years ago, let alone 6 months ago. It's just, there's going behind us. There's just a little guy. We were able to call the fish up today, which was good. I think that's why we had got a good bag. We had to wait on them to school at times, but we still were able to call some fish up. We caught a couple good ones up that we had. All in all, man, I'll take it. This is probably one of the most special tournaments I've ever fished in my entire life. Just so many memories. That pocket right there was the first pocket that we fished. We went out of Storeside or Dreer, came under the bridge, and we started on that point throwing War Eagle spinner baits. I mean, it was, and you know what's funny? I think I was on a spinner bait on a spinning rod because Bradford's like, you got any bait casters? I did not. I owned 5 spinning rods at the time. That's what I showed up with, because I grew up saltwater fishing. I didn't know how to bass fish. And so just making those memories and fishing here, just, it always holds that special place in my heart. Santee Cooper's my home lake, but this place is beyond home, beyond amazing, just everything.
It's bass fishing. I remember that first blast off. That's when we got home from that tournament. I said, Dad, we got to get into bass fishing. There was a boat race. It was the smell of the two-stroke smoke at blast off, and then we're up, we were in a 17-foot Stratus back then with an Evinrude trolling motor. I'm talking about high class. And God, I can remember every minute of it. Behind us back here is a little pocket. That's where we cracked, and we got paid in that one. I think we ended up catching like 12 pounds. I caught them on a lizard, Texas rig. Like, it's just so many memories. I mean, it's just a little grassy pocket right there everywhere. I mean, this is Bobby Jackson's old cove right here. And that's where I kept my boat at college. During college, for the first 3 years, that's where I kept my boat. And I'd get off of class early, and I'd head to Bobby's house. It was a poke to Dreer, but that was where he allowed.
It's awesome.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it's awesome.
You got the luxury to sit and
talk
let those memories
about old
flood back
memories.
in. You don't have to worry too much about the stress of winning.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Hey, big picture about Lake Murray this week. Obviously last year they blew their doors out, and there's been a lot of attention on this lake the last couple years. And if you would have looked at pre-tournament reports and what a lot of anglers thought it was going to take to win this tournament, man, hats off to Lake Murray itself. With the pressure that's been applied on this body of water the last 3 months to crack 90 pounds, that is impressive. I did not think that would happen in this tournament.
Huge population around this place, and it's big bass fish, just like Guntersville. I mean, it's just got that same sort of quality.
You really, if you looked at it, we're on total post-spawn right now. I think we've probably seen 6 to 8 bass that were pre-spawn looking fish that could have obviously spawned back in January. But to be post-spawn and see those weights, the number of 3 to 5 pounders that swim in that lake, not only the best, we opened the show with this, not only the best body of water in the Southeast, one of the best bodies of water we will see across the country right now.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yes.
Ronnie Moore?
Hey, I love Lake Murray, and I'm over here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And when you're thinking about blueback herring, that's what I was just thinking through when you were talking about post-spawn, Z. Our season this year, we broke 100 at Toledo pre-spawn. We broke 130, almost the all-time record at Fork. We go and have post-spawn type tournaments, a little shad spawn mixed in Florida, and you have 85 pounds roughly and 93 pounds. We come to Lake Murray and people are disappointed. It's not as good as it was last year, even better than it was last year. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about Bassmaster mapping, and we've talked about this the last few days. And so if you're just joining us for the first time, I wanted to explain some of the places that you find these blueback herring and where these anglers have keyed in on. We see the top waters. We see the soft plastic jerk baits, aka the flukes. You see jerk baits getting moved very aggressive and quickly. You see top waters that aren't just walking baits that are the normal cadence. These are fast moving top waters. And then you see baits specifically for schooling fish and fish chasing after blueback herring that are maybe a riser bait or a credge or those types of lures that are being developed for that. And where these baits come into play is on these points. When the water temp hits 60s, that's when we think the bass spawn. Shortly after that, the shad spawn happens. When the water temperature gets into the 70s and stays there consistently, that is when the blueback herring starts spawning. And so when you think of this is just a snapshot near Dreher Island where Patrick Walters, Lee Livesey, plenty of others have been, there's a couple points. I'd probably say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's probably 10 or 12 points right around each pocket. But when you look at some of these jut outs, these really far out points, even off an island, then you've got a danger buoy, shoals. You look for these different red places that are the high spots. I've got the depth highlight offset 1 to 3 feet for the red highlight. So when you look offshore and you see an island, it's obviously land and there's going to be shallower water around it. But oftentimes there's no island and it'll be a shoal underwater. Those 1 to 3 foot places have been places that are hard bottom that these blueback herring will pull up on, stay around for their spawning time before they maybe move off deeper like we see in the summertime. So a lot of places come and play this week at Lake Murray, and our Bassmaster mapping helped us kind of paint the picture a little bit, especially in this region of the lake that has been so prominent for a couple of our top 10 anglers.
Well, we talked about it earlier today, pretty much. Patrick Walters lived around the Deer Island State Park area, as did so many other anglers. He just absolutely had, you heard him talk about it, he had flawless rotation of those spots and just beat the brakes off of everybody else around him.
He had limits every day, probably before our last angler got to his first spot.
Absolutely did.
Easily.
Without question, he did.
There's a bunch of them right there. They sit back up, I'll catch one. Dude, one of those was like real big. Ooh, wind picking up. I guess went nowhere.
As he was talking a minute ago about how his efforts have worked here, you know, some tournaments you guys will credit, hey, I knew to stay there. Don't get up and move. Don't move. This, in his case, he says, I wanted to stay in some of these places, but I knew I had to get up and move. It's odd how place to place that sort of philosophies work, different philosophies work.
They were woofing. We need that wind to blow some bait in there real quick. These fish are darn near impossible to call up.
Such, you talked about it. Cody Huff, 3 of his 4 days, he'll have over 20 pounds.
Yeah.
And he had a 13 and change on day 2.
13,
his tough
13.
day. He's on pace to average 20 pounds a day. So he didn't just get 20 pounds 3 of the days. He's now brought his 7-pound or 6-pound deficit from 20 pounds on day 2. He's brought that to nothing, and he's averaged 20 pounds. And will lose by 10 pounds, at least.
Is he pretty accurate? Because he's got 79.8 on Bass Track.
Sound like a wind knot.
I'd say that Cody's probably
Close.
a little bit low.
Yeah,
I think he's definitely over 80, probably closer to maybe 81 even or something.
That's what I was worried about.
Let's kind of take ourselves through this tournament here.
Why don't we?
With Patrick Walters. I mean, he is the story. There is no other story quite measures up to his because he has been so dominant throughout the course of this, starting from the very first day.
No doubt about it. Really starting on a point with Scott Martin, who joined the party with him early that day, and it was the Patrick Walters show. But it was areas like this that if he did not catch the size he needed, he would instantly bail. Caught one good one there on the first day, and we're just kind of celebrating Patrick Walters right now. This was an absolute beating, just like we got to see with Corey Johnston on the St. Johns River a few weeks ago. Rapala Jowler topwater bait, new bait that's coming out here in the next few months. Zoom Super Fluke, Zoom mid-size brush hog, and another soft plastic finesse style soft plastic jerkbait. Predominantly what he was concentrating on throughout the event until today was Main Creek points, flat points, Main Creek humps, and then Main Lake points right around Dreer Island. Really, besides today, Patrick Walters throughout this entire tournament only burned probably 5 gallons of gas.
Yeah. He also worked in and caught, I think he caught a good one on maybe it was day 2 on a shallow running crankbait as well. But like you said, fluke, Carolina rig, topwater, outfished plenty. Scott Martin didn't make the cut and was fishing one of the best spots.
This was day number 2, catching his limit very, very early on that finesse style soft plastic. Catching his limit very, very quickly. As you would say, Ron, our final flight wasn't even out yet. Then moving to this point right here, just around the corner from where he started, that is when he started to make small upgrades, except for this good topwater fish. The one thing that you got to see, and we kind of, even though he had almost 20 pounds, this was the grimiest day throughout the tournament. Very high skies, a lot of just local traffic out on Lake Murray. The one thing that we got to see with him is when he made adjustments with that Carolina rig on these areas, when they would stop schooling, he would start to catch better than average size fish.
Limited his worst day to being only down about a pound from his other two, from his next worst day. So with that respect, everyone in the field had a down day, but his was minimized.
Yep.
That's another key to it all.
Then getting into day number 3 is when he started to press a little bit longer on that starting spot.
Let's go. Let's go.
But again, a lot of his work on day 3, a lot of topwater fish. Zoom Super Fluke hooked himself on the arm, on FS1, but kind of laid up after about 10 or 11 o'clock, and you kind of wondered what else he was on. Good one right there, yet again on a Carolina rig, exact spot where he caught a big one on day number 2. But it's what he did on day number 4, absolutely dropping the clutch. And we did get to learn he had a lot of spots left over. He kept saying on the phone every night of this tournament, don't worry, I've got a lot of other spots to run. And if you really look at fish management, spot management, bait rotation, and an endless supply of waypoints on his units.
Spent so much time here on this lake throughout his career. It's like he almost does it through muscle memory. He doesn't have to even think about where he's going next.
Yeah, you could tell when he went to the dam today, he was almost looking to just shame this tournament a little bit.
Show off a bit.
He already had somebody knocked out, but he was going to kind of step on his face as he got his corner. Big tournament for Patrick Walters. Again, great spot rotation, great bait rotation.
I'm not doing it.
Marathon peak performance, wire to wire. We've got him unofficially at 23 pounds today, but it's going to be a lot heavier than that, as we have seen all week long. Very light on his weight, so unbelievable performance. One of the best I have ever seen. Covering the Bassmaster Elite Series with you, Tommy Sanders. Absolutely flawless marathon peak performance from Summerville, South Carolina, Patrick Walters.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think we've ever seen one led every minute of the tournament. That's pretty much what Patrick Walters has done here, beyond wire to wire. We'll be right back. Final half-hour fishing time at the Bassmaster Elite Series, Minn Kota Elite, Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. Oh yeah. That's sponsored by Garmin as our live coverage out here. We certainly appreciated that. Some beautiful pictures, great weather. Not perfect every day for fishing, but that's part of the deal. That's part of the proposition.
No doubt about it. We get to see all kinds of pretty much front, post front, and then got another one blowing through right now. Kind of ideal. Got to see everything here on Lake Murray all week long.
Like you said, Z, this is largely a celebration of Patrick Walters so dominant.
Yes,
has been his
it is
his performance here. But we got congrats, of course, to all 10 guys who put up a big fight all week long.
I know he calls Santee Cooper his home lake, but you watch him fish on Murray, I'd pretty much say this is his home lake.
You wonder how did he manage to finish way down in 4th place a year ago?
Yeah, exactly.
Will Davis.
I mean, he will crack them on a jerkbait.
Kind of like Lee Livesey with the drop shot.
Absolutely.
T-bone.
Yes, sir.
Look at how his fish were hooked yesterday on that jerkbait in high skies, slick conditions. Today, boy, they've got it sideways.
Water clarity makes them turn different colors. I ain't seen one that yellow all week.
Tommy, you were talking about how this wasn't his home lake for Walters, how
He looked
Santee
bigger
is.
than that when he came up. I was like, ooh.
I've been thinking about that, and you're, more home in college than you are any other time. And Lake Murray was his home. When he set up roots back at Santee, he started traveling the country fishing tournaments, and he's not necessarily at home as much. So I wonder if that's, you don't get as many.
So you think his attachment probably is longer standing here?
He just probably has reps, especially during this time of the year.
I'm going to take you out to Lee Livesey.
Well, and the other benefit also with Patrick Walters being here when the invasion of blueback herring got in here. But this was early this week. If you're just kind of hanging out real quiet at work right now and you don't want anybody to hear you watching Bassmaster Live, take a look at the front of your screen. This paints the entire picture. You see all those shadows right there in front of Livesey's boat. You got to hear that there were sweet spots on these points. And when you'd hook one, you would draw a school to your boat, and you would continuously hear these anglers say, I need them to set back up. And what would happen is they would basically get in competition, whether it was for a herring or a topwater bait or a fluke style bait. But that right there is the entire picture. This Lowrance bird's eye view really paints exactly what it looks like on one of these points. See it right there? Lee Livesey bringing his way. And then those fish will literally, we got to talk about this on day number 1. You can have a point that is 300 or 400 yards long, but there is a magic 10-yard stretch that they'll just continuously go back to, regroup, and start to hunt again. And when those schools would get really tight, something would swim by, babies cry. Are you so focused that everything else disappears, Tommy?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You like that? Back to Patrick Walters now. And we've had anglers talk ever since last year. Said, why don't we just have the classic here?
Yeah.
I mean, perfect
Totally
size,
agree.
close to a big city. Then they're
Please.
thinking, wait a minute.
Hold up.
The bet is going to be the same one you. He's hooked up. The same one you proposed. It's going to be Walters v. Field.
Yes.
That's going to be the bet.
Absolutely.
If they had a cliff. So I don't know if that'd be
But
popular.
I
with
do
everybody.
think if you come here earlier, whoa.
Chewing today.
Oh boy,
that's a good fish.
That's a good fish.
For everyone else.
Will not make it. Not even close.
No.
No way.
He oiled on it.
It is a little bit more level.
A little more level.
Around.
I think. I think.
312.
312.
A darn good fish. Good bag fish to make your bag. Called that one up out of the B.A.S. Right on the sweet spot though. See, when I found this spot too, they were all 2-pounders, which is weird.
But you do it in February. You got a real good shot of
big.
100 pounds. You not in a classic 3-day tournament, but you know
that pace.
You're gonna need 25 pounds.
I was looking at that turtle. Need boiled on it. Be surprised if everybody doesn't have 20 pounds a day. I think we've done caught like 5 20-pound bags. I mean, we probably got 4, not 5. 5 might be dramatic. Hear that drag thing, baby? Does not get better than that. I think I'm tired of just catching fish. I mean, I'm not tired. Oh, Susie. Another beautiful fish. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, he's easily distracted. Really is.
Squirrel.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Shiny butterflies.
Step back for a second. I'm going to give you a bait. I mean,
Back out of Ed Lochran. Has improved his position from 10th to 7th during the course of the day.
That's 1,000 to spot. Brock Mosley, our only angler without a limit today, stuck on 3.
All right, well, Ed Lochran gonna ignore the herring game this tournament and still solid top 10 finish.
Yeah, had 2 of them this year.
Lived with and boy, it's interesting looking at his standings. He is either in the top 10 or he is in the bottom 5.
Yeah, it's feast or famine for him.
Yes.
He's got 1 top 10, a couple. Last year he was 96th here.
Wow.
That's something.
Good fish right there for Ed Lochran. Doing the exact same thing his roommate was doing, Brian Schmidt. Isolated little grass clumps and stumps, 10 to 15 feet of water.
213, but he's 3.5 back of Livesey.
Likely to get an ounce or 2 out of that one, maybe more than that.
Hey, when you can jump up and make a top 10, it's okay if you fall on the final day.
Yeah.
You got your points.
You've done your
points.
You've made your point and you've got your points. Livesey in 6th, then Shakurat, McKinney, Tompkins, Cody Huff, and Patrick Walters on top. We are running out of time. Most of our anglers are going to start making their way back, unless they're in the area close to Dreher Island. They can fish a little longer, but we're going to take you all the way to the end of it all. Weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. right here at Bassmaster.com. Championship Monday, Bassmaster. Minn Kota Elite. Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina, sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. So let's take this moment to take a look at some of the incredible things we have seen at this terrific week at terrific Lake Murray with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Yeah, Tommy, let's jump right in with our top 5 guys. We saw a lot of different strategies this week, Mark Zona, but these guys found a way most of the time in the morning, but some guys had big afternoons. Your top 5 for the tournament.
Yeah, and that was really the theme of this. When we opened up this tournament, we said, who can unlock an all-day-long bite? Well, one of those anglers from Wisconsin, Jay Shakurit, would start off in the morning catching schoolers, typical Lake Murray 101. Topwater bait and a soft plastic jerk bait. Getting it done on a lot of, just call it main creek points, main lake points, but really it's what he did earlier in the event with a drop shot. A Strike King filler worm filled a lot of his live well throughout the week. Had a few actual sight fish, largemouth, that were still on beds, but we were on the tail end of that. But really drop shotting from about, call it 2 all the way out to 15 feet of water was the #1 bullet for Jay Shakurit.
Jay Shakurit, a former Rookie of the Year, superbly consistent all week long, as he usually is in big tournaments.
He's really showing up across the country, whether it's Grand Lake, Lake Murray, up north, down
Not
south.
a lot of holes.
No. One of the studs of the future for sure, just like this young man, 19-year-old Trey McKinney, already a win. His worst finish of the season, a 17th, Mark Zona, and boy, he learned about blueback herring quick this week.
Well, he said he knew nothing about blueback herring. I would beg to differ. If you looked at the performance that he put on Lake Murray, and you see that stretch that he's on right there, every single morning at about 9 o'clock, 9 a.m., that little stretch, that 100-yard stretch would absolutely ignite. Fishing a riser-style bait like that right there, backing it up with a soft plastic jerk bait, kind of alternating between pearl and very, very bright target chartreuse. Trey McKinney, watch this right here, gang. Oh, hello. Yeah, bing bong peekaboo. Right
Catch
in the
of
face.
the year nominee.
Absolutely.
Great camera work by our crew this week from the air and from the boat.
Well, if Trey McKinney didn't know a lot about herring lake, sure looks like he learned a lot. His, well, second or third time around is what he told us.
Another rookie lighting it up this year is this young man right here, J.T. Tompkins.
Exactly, and looking what J.T. Tompkins did. Here's what's weird. A lot of your leaders absolutely climbed on him early in the morning. J.T. Tompkins said, no, that's the slowest time of day, and you could tell he is a roommate with Trey McKinney, throwing a riser style hard bait backed up with a chartreuse soft plastic jerk bait. Main lake points and main lake humps.
When we got to see his feed of his electronics, to see depth, bait positioning, and the structure, he was off one of those elongated points. It had grass growing deeper, and he was really in that 10 to 12 foot range where we've seen a lot of these guys fish in the 5 foot or shallower. So maybe that is one inclination of why the afternoon voted better for him.
Cody Huff came out here 3 years ago, a lot of high expectations. Took a little while to get things up and going, but now he is really coming into his own here, and what a tournament he has had here at Lake Murray.
Absolutely right, Tommy Sanders.
That's me.
Exactly. Throwing a new topwater bait from Rapala Jowler, and it was the last day of this tournament where absolutely that spot ignited right around Dreer Island State Park. Topwater bait, a riser bait. Looking at what Cody Huff did, very eerily similar to what goes on Table Rock Lake. Maybe not this shallow, but fish that just chase forage. And this giant here on the last day, over 7 pounds for Cody Huff.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a clumsy morning, Tommy.
Yeah.
Broke his line, had to let a fish go because he had caught it with another bait, broke some rods, was rewarded with a 7-pounder, and kept the mojo going. 4s and 3s galore as well.
He's having a lot of fun on this final day championship Monday at Lake Murray. Cody Huff will remember this one for a long, long time.
Great morning for Cody Huff, and the fish god's shining on him after he had to release one. Catching that great big fish. Great tournament. Had a slow second day, only about 13 pounds, but the rest of the tournament, every single day, over 20-pound average.
And we got to see him on that day too. He would not even be here if it wasn't for a late day wake bait catch with about 15 minutes left before checking in. That 4-pounder kept him suitable weight to survive and make it to Championship Monday.
From the very first hour of this tournament, though, has been all about this person right here. Patrick Walters, one of our top elite guys, showing why he sits in that position.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Groomed for this sort of a performance.
He is the state trooper of Lake Murray, no
Yes.
doubt about it. He was on patrol all week long.
Game warden.
Also, just like Cody Huff, throwing that Rapala Jowler, throwing a Zoom Super Fluke, and then Carolina rigging here and there when the fish would not come up in school with a mid-sized brush hog. And on that final day, Patrick Walters making his way near the dam and absolutely knocking their lights out. Really throughout the tournament, he lived around Deer Island State Park. But on the final day, he said, nah, I'm going to drop the clutch. And that's exactly what Patrick Walters did.
Not only, Tommy, did he catch his biggest bass of his tournament on this final day, on a tournament where he's leading considerably and had a 25.5-pound bag. When you are midday, mid-morning, and a 4 doesn't cull, you know you've had one of the best days at Lake Murray post-spawn you could possibly have.
Most of these days he's felt a need to just go ahead and relax for the remainder of the day. No stress on him. Our man of the hour, man of the day, man of all 4 days, Patrick Walters, and that is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Well, guys, speaking of Patrick Walters, wanted to hit the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge one more time with you guys at Lake Murray before we have a month break when we're at Wheeler, Eufaula for the Open, and Smith Lake for basically our 7th Elite Series event of the season. And it'll be a month before we're there at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Coming into this week, one big thing, we travel to a lot of places, Tommy. We go to Texas quite a bit. We'll go to Florida. We go to New York. And these anglers get well seasoned on types of fisheries, style of fishing you need to do in certain parts of the country. We don't really have many shots on goal with blueback herring lakes. You get a little bit of Hartwell, Lanier. We'll have Smith Lake later this year. You get a Lake Murray. Maybe some of the Carolina lakes act like it. Not many tangible tournaments for a lot of our pros, so you have to lean on guys who are favorites. And Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, both would consider other lakes in South Carolina their home, but they have a very good and tangible, valuable experience at Lake Murray. Highly picked in Falcon rods, drain the lake. If you're going to use guys, you might have used Brandon Cobb, you might have used Patrick Walters, both at Lake Fork. They've both had wins there. If you save them for Lake Murray, you did very good because he's going to win the event. He'll get double points for you. So instead of 300 points for the winner, he's led every single day. He's going to end up with about 620 points for your team because the winner doubles points when the final weigh-in closes. And Brandon Cobb, even though we saw him on day one struggle, 14 pounds or so, never really got on a spot that he wanted to early in the morning. He was able to survive that and then caught 16 pounds each of the next 2 days, had a mid-30s finish. Not a disappointment. That's the biggest thing. You don't want to pick someone and drain the lake where you only pick them one time per year and then fall below the cut. So 2 of the local favorites, 2 of the guys we expected to do well, both of them making the cut and one of them paying off big dividends for Falcon rods, drain the lake. I felt really good about it coming in because I picked Patrick Walters at Toledo and he got second, but
Yamaha
your champion here.
Time, baby. Good week. Falcon bass boats, Yamaha outboards, Sonar Pros, everything performed flawlessly. Truly, the equipment on my rods, on my reels, on my line, on my baits, the boat. I mean, this is the home pawn of Falcon bass boats. I mean, so a Falcon to bring home the win this week, if we get it, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, we got a decent bag of trout, so it'd have to be like record-breaking bag. Just all around. I really don't know what to say. It was truly crazy how good the fish, but I know everybody had to catch them today because every spot we went to, I think we caught them. Besides that one point back there, we didn't catch them off that one, but almost darn near all of them. So when it happens like that, it's just your time, I feel like. It's just all week we made the right decisions every single day. Got my boy Brian, shout out to Brian behind the camera. He did a great job. We had fun. We caught a bunch of fish. We're gonna get out of here before this rain gets us. Go put this baby on the trailer. I'm ready to lay these bass in. I mean, what a day. Gosh, what a day.
Looking very much forward to the fun he will have at the weigh-in there.
Going to be a TIME, no doubt about it.
Crowd, all of it.
Out to Will Davis Jr. 5, hooked up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, fighting like a good one, Tommy.
Uh-huh.
Not really fighting like a bass.
Catfish.
Oh, it probably bit.
Yeah, it's not. Oh,
well,
Mr. Whiskers.
No, when his drag went. No, Will Davis.
Oh,
what a tournament! What a tournament, Tommy Sander.
That's the 10-pounder I needed, Tommy.
It's taken a long time to get this thing done, but it has been worth it. In a month's time, we will reconvene in the state of Alabama on the Tennessee River, Wheeler Lake, where we have not been in quite a while. Very much looking forward to revisiting some of the old haunts around that place. Usually get a great tournament, some good competition on
Absolutely.
that piece of water.
Tournaments definitely usually tight on Wheeler that time of year. Look for a good one. A little bit of shallow fishing and offshore.
You didn't hear Smalley?
I agree.
Follow it up with that.
I think we're
second
done.
tournament.
I think we're done.
Hey, Lake Murray,
I
I love this. What a great lake. The Carolinas always treat us well, whether we're at Santee, Hartwell, or Lake Murray. Maybe a Clarksville in the future, who knows?
Well, if you like topwater fishing, this one definitely was for you. And like we said, boy, very, very pressured Lake Murray, and pre-tournament reports coming in the studio for Bassmaster Live. You're like, Lake definitely stood up to it. Showed out in a big way, which it always does.
It wasn't easy for everybody, and these 10 have really distinguished themselves. We certainly give our salute to the top 10 here on Championship Monday. They have put in a great week of work. Each one of them did very strong things during the course of this tough competition.
We are currently.
That's your man right there. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what happened right there.
Well, don't forget, the day is not done yet. Got to make it all official. Big celebration in order at the weigh-in, all 10. Bring what they've got to the stage. We'll make everything official. Dave Mercer will be presiding over the weigh-in on Bassmaster.com. Check-in time is just right around the corner, about 90 seconds or so. Shortly thereafter, we will crank up the weigh-in and get it all right here on Bassmaster.com. Well, thank you so much for being with us this week and hanging in for a Championship Monday, stealing a few moments from whatever you're doing to spend some time with these terrific anglers and enjoy this incredible performance by Patrick Walters, and we will see you next month in Alabama.